Hello and welcome to my channel. Welcome to another reading from me. Today's topic is finally, quote unquote, going to be about who is your future spouse. The reason I say finally is not because I haven't done this topic before, because of course I have multiple times, but because at one of my latest polls, which I have posted on my community page quite some time ago already, this was the most desired topic, and I have postponed it a bit precisely because I felt I didn't really have enough time to give to this topic, because I anticipated that it was going to be quite a lengthy video. And in all honesty, I thought, my plan was initially to only use 3 piles for this reading. But I kept hovering over my crystal collection. And as I always mention in all of my videos, you know, I like to meditate upon the topic, and I ask Spirit which crystals I should use for that particular topic. And this time, Spirit really wanted me to you know, get 4 piles, and these particular crystals came out in this order. So yeah, I mean, I have to admit I was being lazy, and I was kind of like, yeah, let's only do 3 piles, but apparently Spirit really wants 4 piles. So I'm very curious to see what is going to come through today with this reading. So, as usual, this is the selection phase for those of you who just want to choose with crystals. These are your options. Just a moment. Yeah, let me get some lighting. Cameras, action. LOL. So, pile number 1, we have this kunzite crystal. I have to admit, every time I see this crystal, all right, I'm going to shut up because I don't want to influence anyone's choice. I'm going to talk about it maybe in the pile when I start talking about it. Pile number 2, you have this smoky quartz crystal. All right. Pile number 3, you have this milky quartz crystal. Pile number 4, you have this aragonite. Come on, focus. There it is. All right. So these are your options. Let me try to arrange them nicely. Yes. All right. Okay, that's nice enough. So these are your options for those who want to choose with just crystals. As usual, my recommendation is that you take some deep breaths, take some moments to meditate upon the question, the topic at hand. You can also address it to a higher power like Spirit, God, the Virgin Mary, Kali, Durga, any deity or saint or any entity that you see as a higher consciousness. Keep your eyes closed while you meditate. Take some deep breaths. Exhale longer than you inhale. That will help center you and calm you down. Just to get really technical, I like to do 7 seconds inhale, 4 seconds hold it in, 8 seconds exhale. That's like from an anti-anxiety recommendation. So that personally helps me, right? Keep your eyes closed. Do that breathing. If you're doing it for anxiety, you can do it for 5 minutes or more. But if you're just wanting to center it, do at least 10 of these, right? With your eyes closed, meditate upon the question, and then open your eyes and choose the first pile that stands out intuitively without overthinking it. If you feel drawn to more than one, feel free to watch several or even all of them and just take whichever messages resonate. I will see you at your reading. All right, so this is for those of you who want to choose with a card as well as a crystal. I'm going to take my Oracle of Mystical Moments. I haven't used this in a long time, and it's such a beautiful deck. I only save it for like special readings. All right, Spirit, tell me about pile number 1, the kunzite group. Who is their future spouse? Anything you can tell me about this person. Pile number... Sorry, did I say pile number 2? For pile number 1, the kunzite. You know what I mean, Spirit. Spirit, tell me about pile number 2. Okay. Pile number 3, Spirit, the Milky Quartz. Who is pile number 3's future spouse? Tell me. Tell me, Spirit. Pile number 3's future spouse. I don't know about this. This is weird. Tell me, Spirit. Pile number 3. Who is this person's future spouse? Yeah, okay. Spirit, tell me about pile number 4, the Aragonite. Who is this person? Yeah, this one. All right. I had that scene from Ace Ventura in my mind where he's like meditating in a cave and he's like, alrighty then. All right, I'm gonna shut up. If any of you have seen Ace Ventura, that was a really funny scene. Anyway, so pile number 1, we have 39, my home is my castle. This is your card, pile number 1. Pile number 2, we have like a bird. All right, I can already tell you this person likes Nelly Furtado. I'm kidding. Pile number 3, wow, Night Ride. I'm gonna try. I'm trying really hard. I'm like biting my tongue here, not to give any subjective information yet, because y'all have to choose a pile. Ooh, 33, Weaving Flowers. You know, I don't think I've gotten this card before. Wow. All right. Must be a reason. There must be a reason why you're getting that card. All right, let me zoom in. All right, so this is for those of you who want to choose with a card as well as a crystal. Pile number 1, you have this card over here that I'm pointing at, and or this kunzite crystal. Pile number 2, you have this card over here, and or this smoky quartz crystal. You can choose by the crystal or the reflection of my lamp. I'm just playing. Pile number 3, go with the crystal. Pile number 3, you have this card over here, and or this milky quartz. Sorry, did I say crystal? I'm dyslexic today. I really apologize in advance. So you have this card over here, and or this crystal, this milky quartz crystal. Focus, come on, focus. I mean the camera. All right, here it is. Pile number 4, you have this card over here, and or this aragonite crystal. All right, so these are your options. I don't know how to put it like this. Okay, yeah, these are your options, right? Pile number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. As usual, my recommendation is that you take some moments to meditate upon the question with your eyes closed. Exhale longer than you inhale. That will help center you and calm you down. And you can also address the question to a higher power like God, Vishnu, Kali, Durga, I don't know, the Virgin Mary, Buddha, whoever you follow, right? And then open your eyes and choose the first pile that stands out to you intuitively without overthinking it. If you feel free to, you see what I mean? I am dyslexic. I don't know what's going on. Is Mercury retrograde? I have not checked. Anyway, so if you feel drawn to more than one pile, feel free to watch several or even all of these and just take whichever messages resonate. If none of them resonate at all, most likely you are just not meant to, either you were not meant to know right now who your future spouse is, or there were simply no messages here for you in this reading. All right, that being said, before I sign off, of course, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, click on the notifications bell if you want to see when I will upload a new reading. Comment in the comment section with any feedback you would like to share, as long as you keep it polite, of course. And of course, any suggestions that you have for readings that you would like me to do on my channel, I would take them into account. Thank you, and I will see you at your pile. Hello, welcome pile number 1. This is your reading. If you have chosen this crystal over here, the kunzite, and or this card over here, 39, My Home is My Castle, for which I will be reading the description from the booklet shortly. So this is the card selection phase. If you want to skip directly to the interpretation, I will add timestamps, so you can click on the timestamp for the interpretation directly. Also, I was going to mention this, but I keep postponing it. I was just going to postpone it again. I don't know what's going on here, but if you watched the card selection phase, I did mention that I was going to say what I was about to say about this crystal. I think I maybe have mentioned it in another video when I use this crystal, that every time I see it, it just reminds me of Game of Thrones. Because if you look at it, it kind of looks like the back of that chair. You know, I guess what was it called exactly? The Throne of Thrones or whatever. Like, it was it was basically the seat that everybody coveted in that show. Yeah, so I don't know. And oh my god. Yeah, I think that's relevant actually, because look at this. Isn't there kind of like a symmetry here already? Like, you know, between what this, look at this, holy shit. No, if you hold it like this, right? It kind of has a similar shape, or maybe like this. Has a similar shape to what, you know, these castles growing in her back, on her back, sorry. So, I don't know, I wonder what is going to come through about this person. Maybe they're really tough and like already kind of I'm getting Emperor card vibes. So, yeah, that's already, I'm getting some vibes. So, I want to see how it checks out as the reading progresses. All right, so let's see. I'm going to use a deck I have not used in a long time. Actually, 2 decks that I haven't used in a long time, which is good, by the way, because you don't want to overuse them. It gives them a nice refresh of their energy to give them a break. Spirit, tell me about pile number 1. Why do I talk so much? I don't know what's going on. Spirit, tell me about pile number 1. Who is their future spouse? This is interesting. Yeah, they want to come out like that, so who am I to say no? Star, Moon, 10 of Cups, 2 of Pentacles. That card was at the top of the deck when I opened it. Page of Cups, Queen of Swords. Oh my lord. Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense with the Game of Thrones thing. And look at this. Yeah, Queen of Swords. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up before I finish collecting all the cards. Otherwise, I'm gonna be here until tomorrow. Now I keep getting that song from Game of Thrones in my head. Anyway, Spirit, tell me about pile number 1. Who is their future spouse? Tell me, Spirit. Okay. Oh my gosh. No way. No freaking way. You have the 10 of Cups twice? What? Oh gosh. I took one of these decks that have the big cards. I'm gonna struggle with the cramming here. Okay, that's good enough. What we have here, Strength. All right. 8 of Swords. Knight of Swords. And Justice. I like this person. Pile number 1. They are cool. Already I'm seeing some really cool energies. Okay. Just a few, well, a couple of Oracle cards, I think. Spirit, tell me about pile number 1. Who is their future spouse? Dude, I cannot look at this. Look at this. Wolverine Fierceness, number 5. And for those of you who maybe are just starting to watch, I kept saying how, you know, this crystal reminds me of Game of Thrones because it kind of looks like the back of that chair that everybody was coveting, and how this crystal kind of looks like the castles growing on this woman's back, and how, I don't know, there's like this king of, you know, this whole castle and knight vibe and warrior vibe, you know, someone who's harsh, and then we have this Wolverine Fierceness, number 5. I mean, you know, like I said, I keep getting the theme song of Game of Thrones in my head. So let's see another one. Spirit, tell me about pile number 1. Tell me who is their future spouse. New beginnings. Okay. I probably should be censoring the butt on that, but I mean, technically it's an artistic butt. I don't know. So, and now I have this oracle card with my home is my castle, number 39, and I'm gonna have to read the description for that out of the booklet. Here is the booklet, right? Let's see, 39. Experience of life, growth, knowledge, age. The woman on the card carries a big castle on her shoulders. The castle is solid. It seems like it was growing each year of her life. The castle stands for the woman's soul. Inside its enduring walls, she keeps all her memories, thoughts, knowledge, and feelings. The older the woman gets, the more this fortress of life grows. It keeps her company, defends her against pain, and provides the foundation for her true self to continue its journey. 39, that's a 3 plus 9. That is a 12. That is a 1 plus 2. That boils down to 3, which is Jupiter. So Jupiter could be this person's archetype, significant in this person's energy and their archetypes. You also have the 10 of Cups coming out twice, here and here. Like I said in the beginning, for those who watched the shuffling phase, I really like this person. There are some really strong cards here. Queen of Swords, look at this. Justice, look at this. I mean, this is someone who's like really hardcore. And then you have the Wolverine. I mean, I cannot. All right, let me try to cover the butt here just to make sure. All right. It's impressive, really. This person, all right, so first thing that I can tell you right off the bat, with the Queen of Swords, with the Justice, the Star, all of these swords coming through. Also, the Knight of Swords, the 8 of Swords, the Strength, the Sun. This person has a lot of Aquarius energy, so they probably have a strong Saturn and or Rahu energy in their horoscope, for instance, or they just have placements in Aquarius. This could also mean this person has placements in the nakshatras that fall under Aquarius in the sidereal zodiac, because that's the one that I use personally. You can take it how it resonates. So I would say they might have placements in Dhanishta Nakshatra, Satabisha, and Purva Bhadrapada. Yeah. So this person is pretty tough. This is what I'm getting. I mean, we have the Strength here. And see, here's the thing. What I'm getting here from this reading is that their strength is also their weakness in a way, because this could be someone who has walls up, you know, they have defenses up. This is definitely not, I have to say, okay, not definitely not, but this is it's not like a person who is definitely not open, right? This is not someone who easily falls in love, or someone who easily reveals their inner world. They do not trust easily. This is someone who has a lot of toughness, especially with the Strength, with the Queen of Swords, with the Justice. There's this vibe of very no nonsense about this person. Like, they're not easily swayed on the one hand, and they're also very hard to bamboozle or to fool. Like, nobody can fool this person. You know, they're really tough. And there's also this vibe about them where they have gone through a lot, they have seen a lot. Because of this, look at this, the moon and the 10 of cups. So one thing that I can definitely say is this person is, even though on the surface, okay, so even though on the surface they come across as tough, potentially unyielding, you know, very strong personality, especially with the star and the sun, this is someone who is potentially even famous. If not famous in the most traditional sense of the word, they are someone who has a high social status, someone who is in a respectable position. And this is at the moment when you're seeing this reading already. So this is someone who is pretty accomplished in some way. They are someone who easily attracts attention. They might even be comfortable in a center stage position. This could also be someone with a large social media following. And they could be someone in a leadership position as well with that sun energy. One thing that I can say is that they're very self-motivated and they're someone very creative. They could also be a manager, so like I said, anyone in a leadership position, anyone who has a certain visibility, someone who is at the forefront, let's say, of an organization, of a group. Yeah, just someone who is pretty admirable in some way, admirable. As I was going to say, though, with the moon and the 10 of cups there in the second position, this person is, number one, going to be very much in love with you. And number two, they're also very motivated to have a family. So the moon and the 10 of cups shows me that even though they may be tough, maybe they seem difficult to get through to, this person has a vulnerable side. And they care a lot about having a family. You know, they are very emotionally motivated towards you, basically, towards having a relationship, towards having a family. The weird thing here, though, is, see, we have the moon and the 10 of cups here in the second position. And then we have the 10 of cups and the strength underneath in the third position, which the way that which is interesting because it's like, what supports them in pursuing this connection is also potentially getting in their way. So what this shows me is this person either has gone through some significant heartache in the past, right? This could be heartache with respect to past partners, or it could be even boiling down to childhood. Like potential, you know, family connection trauma, some kind of relational traumas in any way. It could be that, or it could be just disappointment from past relationships. And this could mean that they, you know, are, like I said in the beginning, they're probably not going to open up very easily. So they will most likely take time to get to know you. Now, another way to look at this at the same time, both of them could be valid at the same time, is this person could also have very high standards, very potentially, let's say, I don't want to say unrealistic, but, you know, they could be someone who is idealistic, right? Someone who wants the perfect romance story. So that could be getting in the way in the sense that, I don't know, they want perfection, right? Or maybe they're afraid to make the first move. Maybe they're afraid that you are too good to be true. There could be a multitude of explanations. Let me just get some clarifications. Maybe that helps. Spirit, please clarify the 10 of cups over here. 9 of pentacles. Please clarify the strength over here. 4 of wands. Oh, no. Okay, please clarify the 4 of wands. Spirit, please clarify the 4 of wands. 6 of wands? What the hell? This is looking, I mean, again, I see 2 potential interpretations here. One of them, I have to say, Actually, no, you can look at it as one big interpretation. This person is chasing success. They're chasing success. They're chasing wealth. And this could be getting in the way of them pursuing you initially. It doesn't, obviously they are your future spouse, so they will eventually get together with you. This doesn't actually show me anything, at least not so far, about whether this person's going to make the first move or you're going to make the first move. That's a totally separate thing. But what I can tell you right now is potential obstacles to this connection, or what might be holding this person back, is the fact that they're extremely driven. They are extremely driven to be successful. They want to have everything. They want to have the family life. They want to have the career. They want to have the wealth. They want the social status. They want to be Caesar marching through Rome after conquering Egypt with laurels on his head. Right? So this person wants everything. And basically, this could manifest in multiple ways, all right? And to be fair, okay, I'm going to backtrack a little bit. It may not 100% be an obstacle in their pursuit of you. So it's not like they're going to hold back from pursuing you necessarily because they chase success. But it could be that they might neglect you, for instance, or at first they might not even notice you. It might take them a while to, you know, either to make a move or to even notice their feelings towards you, right? Because it seems to me like this person is extremely driven. So what Spirit is saying here is that this drive, this ambition, because there's a lot of ambition with this person. Holy shit. They might also have placements in Vishaka Nakshatra, by the way, because that nakshatra is extremely competitive and ambitious. This person is so ambitious, right? They might have the blinkers on and they might not even notice anything or anyone around them. And so that might be why, again, like I said, for some of you, it could be that at first, it's not like they're going to throw themselves headfirst into pursuing you, right? So there might be some kind of a delay there. It might take some time to get to know each other. Or it could just be that they're afraid to invest in a relationship because they're so driven to focus on their development, their success, and all that. Or it could be a combination of these things. Another thing, like I said, is they have such ridiculously high standards that, I don't know. It's not like, I mean, I'm not trying to get to the point of saying that, you know, I don't know, they're going to see you as not up to standard or something. But it could be that they're constantly thinking about what are other people going to think, you know, like what are other people think if I'm going to pursue this person versus that person, or, you know. So to be fair, I know it makes them sound hyper materialistic, but again, don't shoot the messenger. I'm telling you what I see here. Obviously, this person is going to get their SHIT together at some point because this is the future spouse reading. So 2 of Pentacles, 8 of Swords in the 4th position. Oh, hold on. I need to. Please clarify the 2 of Pentacles, Spirit. 10 of Swords. Please clarify the 8 of Swords. 10 of... Are you... What the 3rd 10 of Cups. And this time it's in the past. Oh, yeah, this was something I was going to say, but I didn't want to say it because I know a lot of people find this not ideal. But okay, we don't live in an ideal universe, so I'm going to say it. It is possible that this person is someone who is divorced, all right? Divorced and or may have children from previous relationships. I don't see anything specifically about children, but 10 of Cups is a house that... Sorry, a house. My astrology brain took over for a second. It's a card that speaks of family, right? So family includes children. And the reason I say this is because there's a lot of pain, okay? So there is already kind of a correlation here between the 3rd placement and the 4th placement, right? So already we have a repeated message that this person may have had some kind of a past bad a bad relationship trauma or something like that. And we have the Eight of Swords over here with the Ten of Cups. So many tens as well. That makes sense with the sun. This person, by the way, could also have a very strong sun and a placement in Leo. Or the sun ruled nakshatras, Kritika, Uttara Falguni, Uttara Shadha could be prominent in their horoscope. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, with the Eight of Swords and the Ten of Cups, it shows that they were trapped in a marriage. They were trapped. See, here's the thing. Again, I know I'm going to get comments in the comment section like, you maybe look at too many things at the same time. You jump around from one potential interpretation to another. This is because, again, this is a general reading, all right? So obviously there are multiple different scenarios that are going to be seen in this reading, because not everyone is going to have the exact same story of who their spouse is and all that. So I'm looking at all the potential interpretations. What I can tell you in general, all right, irrespective of individual interpretation, is this person felt trapped in relationships in the past. They felt trapped in relationships. It was an extremely painful situation for them. They felt exhausted. They felt like they had reached rock bottom. And they drowned themselves in work. So I'm also getting the vibe that this person is a workaholic, as if the first segment of this reading was not a clue. The vibe is this person is a workaholic, all right? This has been their past pattern, right? Maybe it started, or it definitely became emphasized when they were having this relationship trauma, that they have to be successful, and they bury themselves in work, right? They kept as busy as possible so that they wouldn't think about their painful relationships. Now, the painful relationship thing could have been a marriage, so that would make sense. For some of you, this person could be divorced. Or it could be some complicated family of origin situation. I don't know. They were the sole provider of their entire extended family, and if they didn't work, everyone starved or something, right? Or maybe they had narcissistic parents who constantly told them that they weren't good enough, so they had to, drown themselves because they felt pressure to succeed because of outside pressure, whatever. It could be a multitude of scenarios, but that is the bottom line conclusion. This person felt trapped in relationships. They have some relationship trauma that is very significant, and it has to deal with family in particular, right? So some kind of a family context, whether it was the family that they built or it was the family of origin. Now we have the Page of Cups, and we have the Knight of Swords underneath. I'm going to clarify again. Please clarify the Page of Cups, Spirit. Seven of Wands. Please clarify the Knight of Swords. Oh my Lord, look at this. Look at this. Stop whatever it is you're doing. Because I know I listen to videos while I'm washing dishes and stuff. It's no fun. The Lovers, right? All right, I'm going to tell you. The Lovers clarified the Knight of Swords. So, one thing that I can tell you, okay? I was actually going to... It basically just reinforced what I was about to say, but it just emphasized it even more. So, the Page of Cups shows this person has an awakening of their emotional selves because of you, all right? So they're going to feel giddy and romantic and like a teenager because of you. They also will feel pretty vulnerable, pretty soft, and also will initially feel really defensive. This defensiveness may not be something that they show, but they will feel it. Like they will feel at first very nervous about approaching you. However, this is just an initial phase. After they overcome this initial phase, we have the Knight of Swords and we have the Lovers underneath, which shows that they will pursue you very intensely. So the Knight of Swords and the Lovers, I mean, hello, this is a lot of passion. It's a lot of determination. Yeah, it's very much like a throwing themselves headfirst sort of thing. And and they are very they're very passionate, very romantic as well. But like I said, most likely it's not something that you will see written on their face. And then we have the Queen of Swords and the Justice. This shows me this person is extremely rational. So they're very fair in their general dealings. They're very level-headed. And as much as they will be driven internally by a lot of passion, they will never fully lose their cool. So on the surface, again, they might come across as pretty level-headed, you know, I don't want to say cold-blooded, maybe not exactly cold-blooded, but you will really not see the depth of their passion, the depth of their feeling. They will, even when they become determined to pursue you, they will still, on the surface, maintain civility, and they will maintain this rational approach towards you and towards the relationship. One other thing that I can say is this person is extremely fair. So it's very unlikely that, I mean, again, it makes sense with the rest of the cards that show this person may have gone through some foul play in their lifetimes. They're very focused on the idea of justice. So they're unlikely to fool around, to lead you on. You know, they probably hate anything that is, you know, ambiguous. Or they probably see ambiguity as a waste of time with all of these placements. I mean, there's a very kind of rough energy here. A lot of Mars, a lot of Sun. I mean, hello, Wolverine. I mean, hello, Wolverine. I can't. Anyway. Yeah, there's also kind of an intensity about this person. We also have new beginnings. Okay, so I think with the new beginnings, again, that shows me Aries energy again, right? So a lot of fire overall. Irrespective of this person's gender, they have a lot of fire in their makeup, their energy. And I'm talking about fire as an energy from astrology, basically. So someone who's very passionate, someone who's very self-motivated, has a lot of creativity, a lot of confidence, a lot of drive, probably has a vision for what they want to achieve in this world. And they're very determined. Yeah, very determined. And they have a lot of courage as well. But they have the ability to be diplomatic as well. There's kind of like this is kind of like an iron fist in a velvet glove situation. Okay, this is what I'm seeing. All right, this is going to be a long night. Anyway, this is pretty much what I'm seeing. Pile number one. Let's see with the astrological cards what is going on here. Tell me, Spirit, about pile number one. Who is their future spouse? Okay. Okay, the Cancer came through. I was not expecting this lack of fire over here. I am a little bit, I don't want to say disappointed. Well, we do have the first house that stood out to me. So that's the Aries Mars confirmation. But I'm going to see what else is going to come through because I'm going to take some more astrological notes. All right, so we have Taurus, the sensual. We have first house, self and identity. We have opposition. We have Cancer. We have Gemini, communicative, and Saturn, limits and lessons. Saturn and first house makes a lot of sense. So does Cancer to some extent because we had that moon energy. So moon and all the 10 of cups coming through here. This person definitely feels things intensely. And like I said, they keep their emotions locked up. So does make sense with Cancer, the crab, you know, they protect themselves underneath a very rough shell. Under a very rough shell, right? There's a lot of softness. So with Taurus and Cancer, this makes a lot of sense as well because the 10 of Cups coming through multiple times together with Saturn, that's the workaholism, I think, to some extent. All of them make sense, all right? So Taurus and Cancer, though, they show that this person is very family-oriented, and most likely, irrespective of what their relationship to their family of origin was, they're still very attached to them as well. I would not be surprised if this is someone who still wants to impress their parents and probably takes care of their family. They might even be like a pillar for their family, you know, the the one that everyone turns to when there's a crisis situation or they need help or all that. First house, again, is reiteration of what I said with the sun energy, even though it's not exactly sun energy, it's more like Mars energy, because first house corresponds to Aries. There's still a lot of that fieriness. And it's similar in the sense that first house, just like the star and the sun, shows someone who is very confident in their own skin. They're someone who probably is recognizable. Like a lot of people look at them as, you know, I know who that person is. They look respectable. They might even work in some kind of line of work where their physical body, you know, literally their person, you know, is very important in doing their work. Like, it's important for people to know who they are, to recognize them and stuff like that. So again, social media, and they could be active on social media. That could be a thing. Of course, nowadays, a lot of people have social media and they're active and they're doing all kinds of professions. First house can also be the physical body. So this person, they can be very athletic. They can be very focused on taking care of their physical body, right? They might like to be physically active to take care of themselves. We have opposition with tension and opposites. This can show two things at the same time. On the one hand, I mean, it makes sense with the moon and the sun, and which are pretty contradicting energies. Actually, now that I think about it, Saturn and Cancer are two opposite energies, not contradicting, opposite. Because Cancer is ruled by the moon, which is the enemy of Saturn. It's the opposite planet. Or let's look at it the other way around. Saturn is ruling Capricorn, which is the opposite sign from Cancer. So this opposition card, I think, reinforces the fact that this person has dichotomous energies ruling them. So on the one hand, they want to have a career. They are very workaholic. With the Saturn, that's reinforcing it. So this person most likely has gone through a lot of hardship. This is very likely to be a person who, even if they come from money, has built an entire career, maybe a significant amount of money through their own efforts still. So even without having been born into wealth, they would have still made it, basically. And if they were not born into wealth, then they really surpassed their family background. Because Saturn shows slow progress over a long period of time. I would have definitely expected Saturn to show up because of the Queen of Swords. I did say about Aquarius. I mean, Aquarius in Vedic astrology is ruled by Saturn and Rahu, which is the north node of the moon. So it does not surprise me at all. There are a lot of, how should I put it? Not coincidences. There are a lot of supporting messages coming through in this reading, right? So we had all that. The star is Aquarius symbolism. Queen of Swords is Aquarius symbolism. Knight of Swords, I would see that as partial Aquarius symbolism as well. And then Saturn, right? So potentially this person does have placements in Aquarius or Capricorn, or they just have pretty strong Saturn. And what I was going to say is, with this castle imagery, I immediately thought of Saturn. So Saturn rules anything that stands the test of time. And it actually rules minerals, rocks, you know, everything that lasts, basically, the bones in the body. So this person is solid. They could also be very down to earth in many ways. So they have this like very pragmatic, potentially materialistic side where they're very down to earth, and they're probably quite attentive to social norms and social expectations. This is also going hand in hand with them wanting the full package. So they want to be socially successful. They also want to have the romance and the family life and the intimacy and all that. We have the Gemini, which also shows that communication somehow is very important. And also Gemini and Taurus coming together definitely shows me that this person's style of communicating is standing out somehow. Their voice could be very pleasant. Taurus also shows this person probably likes the finer things in life. They probably know how to enjoy a good meal. They like everything that they can enjoy through the five senses. Could be a little bit hedonistic. They probably like art, music. You know, they probably like to wear nice fabrics, you know, quality clothes, maybe even jewelry, although I would have to see more, if any more information about that shows up in the next astrological notes that I'm going to pull out. So yeah, I mean, potentially, like I said, Capricorn, Taurus could be, also Aquarius could be prominently placed in their horoscope. Libra could also be a thing. I mean, we do have the Justice, we do have that opposition, which makes me think of the 7th house. So they could definitely have placements in Libra as well. But also with Saturn, this person is most likely mature as well. Not necessarily in the sense that they're going to be older than you, but they are mature in makeup, in their psychological makeup, irrespective of how old they actually are. All right, let me get the Astro dice, if I can find them. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I had to blow the dust off of them. Spirit, tell me about pile number 1. Who is this It fell, and it fell on Capricorn, so I'm going to take that, okay? All right, here it is. Spirit's like, just get on with it, Karen. I don't have all night. So, Spirit, tell me about pile number 1. Who is their future spouse? Oh, wow, we have Uranus. All right, this makes sense. This is confirmation of Aquarius. Uranus is the ruler of Aquarius according to tropical astrology. And we have the number 9, which in numerology is ruled by Mars. So I'm going to take that as a confirmation of the Mars energy, right? So the Capricorn is a confirmation, basically confirmations. Aquarius, Capricorn, number 9, which boils down to Mars. Number 9, by the way, can also be the 9th house, which corresponds to Jupiter, because we have the number 12 here. So yeah, let's see what else is going to come through. All right, let's see the notes. These are pretty dusty as well. Spirit, tell me about pile number 1. Who is this person's future spouse? Tell me, Spirit, who is pile number 1's future spouse? Okay. Lots of stuff. Lots of stuff. Wow, Leo, the very first one. Confirmation of all that sun energy. Oh my God, the sun. More confirmation of the sun energy. Oh my God. The moon. We have both the sun and the moon. Oh gosh, so much confirmation. Jupiter. There it is. To be fair, you have so many of these yellow cards, so I wouldn't be surprised. Oh my gosh. We have Libra as well. So many confirmations. Basically, we just have a repeat of the same energies. Mercury, which rules Gemini. More confirmation. Scorpio. I don't know if I mentioned Scorpio in particular, but I did say intense. I feel like it should be common knowledge whenever I say intense, that's Scorpio. So anyway, we have Taurus again. So many confirmations. And we have Rahu, Holy Mother of Christ. I'm sorry. For anyone who might be offended. We have Virgo. That's more Mercury energy. All right, so I'm done with the yellow cards. I feel like I'm a referee in football. Yellow card. Anyway, Purva Ashadha. Sagittarius. Here we have confirmation of the Sagittarius. Ruled by Venus. We have Ashlesha falling in Cancer, ruled by Mercury. So we have more of that Cancer energy and also the Mercury. Uttara Falguni. Here we have the Sun. Again. Oh my God. I cannot. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? Vishaka, such a strong confirmation. Anuradha, such a strong. Oh my Lord. I know Spirit's like, come on, just move it. Move it. Let's go. Let's go. Stop dwelling. Bharani. All right. Falling in Aries, ruled by Venus. Here we have Aries, right? We have some Mars going on as well. So let's break it down. I don't feel like I even have to break down all of these because all of the yellow stuff basically, except for Rahu, which I have some things extra to say about. All of the rest is basically just the same stuff that I said before, right? We have this person is fair, diplomatic, good communication, intense, passionate, Jupiter also potentially means well-off, educated, well-educated, could have higher education, potentially likes to travel, may have traveled a lot, someone who has a broad view of things, right? They're potentially wise and philosophical. We have the moon, the sun. We have moon, nurturing, emotional, attached to family. Let me think, what else? Might like to eat a lot. They could also love to spend time at home in privacy, right? Because the moon is kind of, moon and Cancer, you know, is kind of a homebody archetype. The sun, very strong, protective, you know, leadership ability. Leo as well, right? So they have this strong, confident energy as well. Taurus, sensuous, attractive, above average attractive potentially. Has a hedonistic side, even more so with Rahu, could be materialistic. Virgo, attentive to detail, could have all kinds of weird habits, right? Not weird habits, how should I put it? Like, they could be very picky, for instance, in some ways, or they could be really perfectionistic in some ways, attentive to details. Maybe they have a line of work where they have to be very attentive to details, right? And kind of nitpick. Yeah, all of that. All right. Rahu can also show this person could be coming from a different background than you, also that is sort of reinforced by Jupiter as well. So they could be from a different ethnicity, a different culture, a different country. Somehow there could be some kind of difference in background between the two of you. Rahu can also show that they're probably quite unconventional. Like I said, this is a reinforcement of that Aquarius energy. So they probably have the courage to stand up on their own 2 feet. They probably have the courage to disagree with people, even if it makes them unpopular. And in some ways, they might even be brilliant. They could have flashes of brilliance, you know. They could be very original in some way and stand out. And again, it reinforces the fact that they might have some kind of social media presence. They might have some degree of visibility. Now, with Purvashadha falling in Sagittarius, ruled by Venus, okay, this person could like debates. They could like to argue. They might be feisty in nature. Most likely, they are successful. Again, with these placements, all of them, they tend to show someone who is very likely to be successful in the eyes of society, right? So according to social norms, this person is successful. Most people would think of them as successful. With Purvashadha, they are ambitious. They are potentially good at literature. There's that touch of romance, right, with Purvashadha as well. And they're potentially drawn to the sea, right? They could like the sea, they could like fish, they could like mermaid images or mermaid art. They could have a nice oval face. They could be above average in height because these placements tend to show height here. Although of course height will vary a lot, but Purvashadha tends to kind of be the tall and lanky type a lot of the times. Oval face, like I said, wavy hair could be some characteristics. Ashlesha can also show this person is quite seductive. I've said this multiple times in readings. Whenever you have Ashlesha, these people can be very seductive. They have this kind of, you know, je ne sais quoi that makes people very drawn to them, even if they're not necessarily conventionally attractive. I will mention right now, as I have mentioned in other videos, a lot of famous people with Ashlesha placements tend to be known as sex symbols. For instance, I'm not 100% sure, but I am 99% sure that Marilyn Monroe had ascendant in Ashlesha Nakshatra. Either ascendant or... no, not the sun. I don't think so. I think she had sun in Rohini. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's ascendant. A lot of... even nowadays, Megan Fox has moon in Ashlesha in her Navamsha chart. Lana Del Rey, moon in Ashlesha in her D1 chart. Let me think. Who else? Well, there are loads of famous people, but Trust me, if you look at people that you know or that are seen to be sexy so many times, they have placements in Ashlesha. So this nakshatra is known to have powers of seduction, to be hypnotic. They might literally be interested in hypnosis, by the way. They are known to have like hypnotic gazes, hypnotic stares, right? They can also be drawn to chemistry or anything connected to the healthcare system. So they might I just randomly turned this over and we have the justice at the bottom. I think that might be a connection. Anyway, where was I? Yes, with Ashlesha, right? So they might be drawn to the medical science. They might be good at pharmaceuticals and stuff like that, substances, but also psychotherapy, right? So the medical field to some extent. They're also known to be quite graceful and good at dancing, for instance. Yes. And speaking of they might like snakes. So Ashlesha is sort of connected to these deities, the snake-like deities from Vedic astrology called Nagas. And yeah, they might like snakes. They could wear snake jewelry, stuff like that you might notice that they might keep reptiles or something. Vishaka, like I said, highly competitive, very knowledgeable, very ambitious, most likely well educated, might have substance abuse problems. Yes, you can't have it all. Ricky Gervais has moon in Vishaka. Let me think. Jason Momoa has moon in Vishaka. Jennifer Lopez has moon in Vishaka. Not trying to say that all of these people have addiction problems. Ricky Gervais, I know, definitely has a drinking problem because he had stand-ups where he was literally getting shit-faced on stage and he didn't even try to deny it. I think he was even drinking at his Oscar speeches. Anyway. But with Vishaka, right, there tends to be this strong physical body, irrespective of whether this person is a male or a female or anything in between. They're very physically robust, right? So they're unlikely to be someone who's really tiny and dainty. Anuradha also makes them very workaholic. I mean, there's that connection to workaholism. Anuradha is also famous for being secretly romantic, but believe me when I tell you, you will not know when you look at these people, right? If you see them in the way that they carry themselves in public and all this, these people will come across on the surface as very cold-blooded, very professional, very materialistic. But deep down inside, they actually are very romantic and they hide their vulnerabilities. And yeah, they could also like traditions with this one because it's ruled by Saturn. Also, they might have a thing with sleeping too much. You might see that. Anyway, with Bharani, they could have this, again, Bharani is known to be an nakshatra. They can be quite sensuous as well. Not so much seductive, but really sensuous. There's something kind of heavy and brooding about their energy. I say this a lot of the times. Again, a lot of very attractive people throughout history have had very strong Bharani placements. They can also have this kind of sensitivity, a kind of an attachment towards the occult. They might have a weird fascination with death or spiritism. You know, maybe they won't say it, but once you get to know them, you will find that they talk about death a lot, or they, I don't know, they just have a kind of a, maybe a gothic side. You know, they're I don't want to say creepy, but kind of like that, kind of dark, kind of creepy. Like I said this multiple times and I'm going to keep saying it. Lana Del Rey has Venus conjunct Rahu in Bharani in her 7th house. And it's extremely important in her case because Venus actually rules music and aesthetic signs. Her sense of aestheticism, basically what she sees as beautiful in anyone's horoscope. Venus shows what you see beautiful, what you see as beautiful, what is your style, what you like, blah, blah, blah. And in her case, it's even more important because it's in the 7th house and it's looking at the ascendant. So it's actually impacting the way that she wants to present herself to the world, right? And hello, I mean, her entire aesthetic and the way she presents herself and her vibe and her style of singing and everything is very Bharani, right? Very dark. I mean, she became famous with a song called Born to Die, all right? Enough said. So Bharani in Vedic astrology is very much connected to death, all right? One thing you will notice in terms of physical characteristics is Bharani can have these downward sloping eyes. You know, they can have this kind of melancholic look in their eyes, right? Even the shape of their eyes could be somehow, I don't want to say drooping, but you know, like that, yeah, downward sloping, a little bit drooping, like to the corners, right? They can have these heavy eyelids sometimes, or just a look in their eyes that kind of shows wariness or heaviness or something. But it's not, with Bharani, it's not unattractive. It's kind of like they have this whole sense of heaviness and broodiness or something, you know? I've also mentioned this multiple times. Pedro Pascal also has prominent Bharani placements. A lot of, I can't think of anyone, but on a regular basis, because I'm a major astrology nerd, like every time I see a TV series or a film and some actor stands out to me, I always look for their horoscopes. And on a regular basis, like not too long ago, I came across someone's horoscope and they had Mars in Bharani, and I thought, well, that figures, and I don't remember who it was. I have no idea right now, but maybe if I remember, I'll write it in the comment section. Doesn't matter. The point is that a lot of very attractive people have this placement. Uttara Falguni, last but not least, very stubborn individual. Makes sense, yeah? Actually, I had a manager, I think in my first serious job, who had Sun in Purva Falguni. Sorry, Uttara Falguni, not Purva Falguni. Yeah, so a manager who had, I was thinking Uttara, but I said Purva. So they were very stubborn, extremely stubborn. Like if this person gets an idea in their heads, nobody's going to remove it ever. They are very fitted for managerial work. So again, it's a confirmation that this person could actually be a manager. And yeah, they could be a manager. And what was I going to say? Yeah, they can also love music, and they can also be really artistic and creative. Either way, with these configurations, with the Taurus, the Sun, this person can definitely be creative and have, you know, a love of art, at least, if they're not actually like active in some kind of an art field as their profession. Okay, this is pretty much what I can see. And now let me get some physical characteristics as well. Damn, I don't know if I'm gonna finish this video this week. I'm sorry, I'm being dramatic. Spirit, tell me about pile number 1. How does their future spouse look? What are pile number 1 future spouse physical characteristics? All right, I think that's enough. Let's see what you have. So bear in mind, these are physical characteristics. However, obviously different things are going to work for different people. I should have cleaned this up. Hold on. I didn't think things through. I'm not going to clean them all up, so never mind. I'm just going to open them over here. They're going to get mixed up. It's going to be harder after. Broad shoulders. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, like I said, pretty strong looking body. Younger, youthful. For some of you, this person could actually be younger. Fair skin. Glasses. Let's see. Deep voice. Oh, I forgot to mention this about Bharani. A lot of the times they have deep voices. I've noticed that. Melodious voice. Already we have 2 things about the voice, so the voice is standing up. We have strong build, muscular. All right. Makes sense. Confirmation. Oval face. Confirmation. Sporty, casual style. Black eyes. Triangular heart-shaped face. Chin dimple. They could have a chin dimple. Slim build. All right. For some of you, they could be slim. Relaxed. Dark tan skin. Let's see. Chin dimple coming out twice. Large eyes. All right. That makes sense with Bharani again. I didn't say it. Mischievous smile. That makes sense with Gemini. Red auburn hair. Dark tan skin came out twice. Active, makes sense. Sporty casual style came out twice. Wow, this person is really active, I guess. Gray or white hair, all right. For some of you, that makes sense, like I said, because they might be more mature. And we have hooded eyes. Okay, that's a confirmation of maybe not so much Barney, but Scorpio. Definitely hooded eyes is a Scorpio thing. It tends to make the eyes look more intense somehow, most of the time. All right, so these are some physical characteristics. Of course, I always mention this with the physical characteristics. I pull them out mostly for fun because this is a general reading and obviously it's not going to be the same for everyone. If you, I don't know, have someone in mind that you like and you have seen several of these characteristics matching their description, maybe that is a confirmation for you. But if not, do not despair because, again, these are general orientations. And also, when it comes to physical characteristics, I would still mainly go by general vibes that these characteristics point towards. Yeah. Not so much the actual physical characteristics, right? Like, for instance, strong body, stuff like that. Yeah. Or the general aura that a person has. Like, they might have, I don't know, a gothic look, I guess, in this person's case. Based on these characteristics, I could definitely see someone with a kind of a goth aesthetic. But yeah, this has been pretty much it. A long reading. I hope you have enjoyed it. I definitely have. I mean, so many repeated messages, very strongly shown. And please let me know in the comment section with how this resonated. Maybe if you know anyone who, you know, fits this description to any extent. Yeah. Also, do not forget to subscribe to my channel if you haven't done so already. It's the easiest way to support me and it is free. Click on the notifications bell to see when I will upload a new tarot reading. And also, if you're interested in a private tarot reading from me, check out the video description. I will leave my contact information there. You can email me for a pricing list and reading options. I will always mention this, that I've had multiple people ask me, why don't I just make my reading options public in a video or in a post? I don't feel comfortable doing that just yet. I might make it public if I start my own website. But for now, I ask people to send me emails to ask about information because, like I said, I just don't feel comfortable sharing that information publicly. What I can promise you is I don't spam anyone, so you can send me an email. I will just send you the information you ask for, and that's it. Aside from that, I also have a link in the video description to reviews that I have gotten for private readings before. Go ahead and check them out. It might help you decide if you want to get a reading from me. And aside from that, I also have an astrology channel, which I have started in 2016, if I remember correctly. Yes, so it will be 10 years next year, actually, since I started that channel. So basically, I'm trying to say that I've started that channel for a lot longer time than this one. And I focus mainly on Vedic astrology, so if you have liked any of the stuff that I've said in this video, there's a lot more on my astrology channel. I have more than 20 years of experience right now in astrology, more than 10 in Vedic astrology, which is my preferred system, but I'm very familiar with the tropical as well, and sometimes I use insights from tropical as well as multiple other astrological systems like Batsa, Ziwei Doshu, which are Chinese systems, or the Mayan zodiac, numerology as well, and other forms of, I guess, what would be called esoteric knowledge. But on my astrology channel, I mainly focus on Vedic astrology, reading techniques, and I use the sidereal zodiac and the whole sign system. So if you're curious to find out more about astrology, go ahead and check out the link that I will leave in the video description to my astrology channel. And yeah, maybe subscribe to it. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope to see you in my next tarot reading. Bye! Hello, pile number 2. This is your reading if you have chosen the Smoky Quartz Crystal, this crystal, and or this card over here that says Like a Bird and has the number 22 on it. This is going to be the card selection phase, so you can skip directly to the interpretation through the timestamps that I will leave in the video description. Let's see. Pile number 2. Spirit, tell me about pile number 2, the people who chose the smoky quartz. Who is their future spouse? Spirit, tell me about pile number 2, the people who chose the smoky quartz. Who is their future spouse? Who is pile number 2's future spouse? Tell me, Spirit. Okay. Let's see. So, Magician, King of Wands, Hierophant, Devil, Six of Wands, High Priestess. We have 10 of Pentacles, 8 of Pentacles, 7 of Swords, Page of Cups, 9 of Wands, 8 of Swords. All right. A lot of strong cards, pile number 2. Let's see. Oracle cards. Tell me about pile number 2, Spirit. Who is pile number 2's future spouse? All right, these two want to come in together. We have number 1, Gorilla, Peace. And we have number 2, Secrets, Links. Number 1 and number 2. All right. That's Sun and Moon. Let's see another Oracle card. Spirit, tell me about pile number 2. Who is their future spouse? Listening. Okay, I'm already thinking Shravana placements, but I'm going to hold that thought. And now let me read the description for this Oracle card. 22, like a bird from the booklet. Let's see. Focus, forward-looking, possibilities, motivation. A woman full of expectations looks into the future. There are no boundaries to what she can accomplish. Like the bird next to her who flies strong and direct, she knows now is the time for focused energy. You may have found yourself losing motivation lately or questioning your decisions. The key to recapturing your passion lies in readjusting your focus to unlock creativity. Surround yourself with activities or people who make you feel inspired. They can be the breath of wind under your wings. I have 2 songs running through my head. First one is Like a Bird by Nelly Furtado. The other one is, I don't know, was it the Beatles? I don't think it was the Beatles. There was this song that went something like free as a bird, something like that. I don't think it was the Beatles, but it was an old song. Anyway, the bottom line is we have Magician, we have the 10 of Pentacles, all right, in the first position. This person is in a good place. So at the moment when you come across this reading, this is someone who is, I'm going to sound like the new age community here on YouTube, a powerful manifester. This is someone who has a vision for their lives and they are pursuing it. They're in the process of making it into reality. This also shows me this person is motivated by creating a legacy. They are thinking about legacy not just when it comes to family, but also when it comes to career. So they want to leave something solid, something valuable to society after they pass away, basically. And that's the meaning of legacy, right? And this is someone who has a very clear vision of what they want to do. I'm getting this very independent vibe here. And that's further reinforced actually by King of Wands, 8 of Stones, 8 of Pentacles. I mean, this person is very driven to be good at their profession. I'm not seeing so much emphasis on money necessarily. Not that they don't care about money, but this person is very focused on the quality of their work. This is like a Nikola Tesla versus an Edison, you know what I mean? Like someone who wants to stay true to their craft. Obviously, again, I don't want to get hate comments again in the comment section that I'm only referring to men or something. Obviously, I mean, most of my viewers, like 95% or roughly around that number, are women. So yeah, I'm going to slip up and say, I'm mostly going to give examples of men. But of course you have to adapt, right? So if you are interested in women, then I don't know, think of I guess there is no female equivalent of Nikola Tesla, to be fair. He was unique. But you know, someone who is true to their craft, right? Someone who's uncompromising. They want success, but they want success on their own terms. I would not be surprised if this person were self-employed or working towards building their own business. Hierophant, Seven of Swords. I want to clarify already. Please clarify the Hierophant for me, Spirit. This? Yeah, you really want this one. King of Swords. Clarify the King of Swords, please. Ace of Pentacles. Please clarify the Seven of Swords, Spirit. Five of Cups. Ha. So this person is very strategic. But their ability to be strategic, their ability to be cool-headed, oftentimes works against them. In the sense that they could get so bogged down in details that they don't see the woods for the trees, you know? They might miss opportunities that are right in front of them because they're busy chasing something that is distant. It's not a huge problem, I guess, because this person is still successful, but I'm just telling you potential shortbacks, all right? Drawbacks, sorry, potential shortcomings, not short. Short drawbacks, whatever. My brain is like mix and matching already because it's late. And this is only the beginning. Bear with. Yeah, this person is just very detail-oriented, very analytical. They could also be kind of a perfectionist. I have to say, there's a repeated message with this person having a tendency to miss a good thing. And because this question is about who is your future spouse, this could be relevant somehow to your connection to this person. So what I'm thinking is this could be someone that you might know for quite some time before you actually become romantic. Or it could be someone that that could even mess things up at first. I know a lot of people don't want to hear this, and to be fair, I'm not getting like a very strong message here that this is an ex or something. Not so far. I'm gonna see what other messages are gonna come through as I go along. So it's not a strong message that this is an ex, but there might be that thing where this could be someone that you have had some kind of a connection with, but it didn't work out. They messed something up. You know, they screwed it up somehow. Like they didn't really, like I said, they may not see a good thing. You know, they may not know a good thing when they see it. Either because, again, they're too bogged down in details. They're too perfectionistic. But I think also because this person, based on what I'm seeing here, is very driven by this very specific vision. So I'm not seeing this person like necessarily chasing a lot of, well, actually I take that back because we do have the devil. So for some of you, all right, this person could be chasing tail, all right, but or they may have had a pattern. Yeah, this may be a person, right, maybe who takes some time to mature, right? Because we have the devil here with the Page of Cups. This shows immaturity, really, with the Page of Cups especially, right? Meaning, yeah, like maybe you met this person when you were both pretty young and they didn't really appreciate you as much as they should have. This is a message for some of you. I know that it's not a very attractive message, but again, do not shoot the messenger. I don't give feel-good messages. I read the cards. This is what I'm seeing. There, like I said, it's a repeated message with this person of missing opportunities, okay? Having a tendency to miss opportunities. Another thing with this person, though, is we have the number 5. Didn't it come out? Let me see. No, it didn't come out. What was I going to say? Yeah, another thing with this person is, even though they have a vision, deep down, they might still care too much about what other people think. Especially if those, I mean, not especially, anyone, I feel like this person may have been brought up in a situation where they were traditional, very traditional. They were raised maybe in some kind of a strict tradition where their family wanted them to behave in a certain way, right? So it could be that this person, you know, is more sensitive to social pressure, social expectations than they would like to even admit to themselves. And again, this could be impeding their progress in general in life. But again, I feel like it's particularly relevant when it comes to this connection, the connection that they will have to you. I have to say, there is a possibility that this person went through some kind of a relationship where there was betrayal. We have the Hierophant, we have the 7 of Swords underneath. So this could be a breach of tradition, a breaking of tradition, a breaking of contract, and sneakiness, like going behind people's backs. So again, I hate to say it, but there is a possibility that this person has been unfaithful. Depending on the situation, obviously this could be you, even though I know a lot of people would probably not consider this to be an option, but it could be like someone who maybe was unfaithful towards you in the past, and then they're gonna come back. It could be, but I would say that's a minority. Irrespective of whether that is the case or not, this person has experienced potential betrayal in connections, right? Whether they were the one who was unfaithful or someone else was unfaithful towards them. But because there is that trauma, quote unquote, see, here's the thing. Even if this person was unfaithful, whatever they did, they ended up regretting horribly because of these cards, right? Basically, the cards are saying this is the person who like screwed up majorly, right? So they realized too late that they were screwing up. This is what I'm getting here. And all of this, you know, this apprehension, this anxiety that they might go through a similar situation or something's going to end badly again, might be getting in their way of opening up properly, of, you know, wholeheartedly, at first at least, pursuing a romantic connection. And we have the Devil and the Page of Cups. Like I said, this person in the past may have dealt with addiction or misdirected lust. The Devil can speak of anything that's hyper hedonistic, right? Hyper materialistic, but especially getting too overindulgent, right? And getting distracted easily. It may not even necessarily refer to things like, you know, misdirected sexuality or substance abuse. It could just be someone who watches too much television, right? Even though they know that they have duties to attend to. So this is what I'm saying. Like, this person strikes me as someone who has not matured at the time that most people mature, right? So it kind of strikes me as a person who has gone through kind of a Peter Pan phase, maybe, where they were very irresponsible. But in the present, so when you are coming across this reading, I'm already seeing this person being well on their way to being seriously successful. Even more so in the future. I mean, look at this. We have 6 of Wands, 9 of Wands. I'm going to get more clarification. Please clarify the 9 of Wands for me, Spirit. Spirit, please clarify the 9 of Wands. 6 of Pentacles. This person is very generous. This is a person who, very specifically for some of you, this person could be working as a teacher. Or they could be working in some kind of profession where they are guiding others, like consultants. There's a lot of number 6 as well. This person has a strong Venus. Yep. A lot of sensuality with that devil as well. Basically, the devil is like misdirected. It's like the dark side of the Venus energy, right? According to astrology, Venus is enjoying everything the 5 senses have to offer. So it's kind of hedonistic like that. There's a 6 of Wands, 6 of Pentacles. Like I said, the number 6 is the strong Venus. The 6 of Wands also speaks of this person not just becoming seriously successful in the future. So they're already on the right path, but they are about to become even more successful. And it also speaks of this person kind of beating themselves up, you know, someone who maybe thinks about their failures more than their successes, or someone who is so obsessed on getting a very specific vision fulfilled or a specific outcome that they fail to stop and smell the roses, you know, and appreciate themselves and give themselves a pat on the back for the little achievements that they do, right, that they achieve, right? So the milestones that they reach, right, don't matter to them, like only the end goal in a way. So I do see a lot of ambition, but I also see this ambition could be driven by a feeling like they have been on the wrong path for quite some time. I see some frustrations about this in this person's makeup because of that devil. They may have felt, like I said, they may have been sidetracked. That's the word with the devil, sidetracking. In the past, there was a lot of sidetracking with this person, you know. They were distracted from their true path. So I feel like they're trying to overcompensate for that in the present. The 9 of Wands also speaks of someone who will make it after a lot of hardship. So it's not going to be easy. This is a person who has to work very hard, right? But I do see it happening. This is the future. 6 of Wands, 9 of Wands. This person is bound to become successful. And the way that they become successful has to do with that 6 of Pentacles, with that attitude of service towards others. Another thing with this person is they could be in the medical field. But I'm going to see more about that when I take out astrological notes. High Priestess and 8 of Swords. This one is very telling, actually. But I'm still going to get clarifications. Spirit, please clarify the High Priestess for me. No way. Didn't this card show up when I don't know, I didn't pay full attention, but didn't it just show up when I first looked at the deck? Anyway, Spirit keeps doing this stuff to me, tripping me out. Like, if I'll second guess on whether I'm pulling a card when I do readings, even for myself, and I put it back in the deck and then I'll shuffle again, I'll pull the same card, which is like beyond freaky. Spirit, please clarify the Eight of Swords. I am burning sage, by the way, if you're thinking about that. No, there's no possession going on. Knight of Wands. Okay. We have the Empress. Please clarify the Knight of Wands actually as well, Spirit, because I want to get more details. Oh, Three of Swords. Whoa. Oh, I do see. Oh, I see it. I see it very clearly. Wow. So, this person, first of all, what motivates them, all right, is that heartbreak. Not just heartbreak, there's a heavy heart. I'm really feeling like this could be someone you have a past with, all right? Not for everyone, but for some of you. This person is someone who is heading towards becoming increasingly more spiritually advanced, spiritually developed. So they're heading towards becoming abundant, like all around. So being spiritually developed, also becoming quite wealthy. And at the same time, I mean, I'm seeing this massive change with this person. I mean, we have the Magician. Look at this also, the symmetry. We have Magician number 1, Gorilla with number 1, Peace. We have Lynx, Secrets, number 2. We have High Priestess, number 2. So these are Sun and Moon archetypes, okay? Masculine and feminine. One of them is rational, ambitious, self-motivated. The other one is intuitive, introspective, nurturing, healing, and all that. This person is not just developing like their masculine side, right? So they're also becoming potentially, like I said, more successful, because we have this here repeatedly shown by especially the Six of Wands. But they're also becoming emotionally wiser, you know, spiritually wiser, someone who becomes more empathic. And they are very motivated by, I'm getting that song in my head, Owner of a Broken Heart. I don't remember what the lyrics were, but let me know if you know what song I'm talking about. Who sang that song? Anyway, I'm gonna stop thinking about it. But anyway, this person is motivated by the fact that they're going to be madly in love with you and in a lot of pain emotionally because they're going to be in love with you. And the Knight of Wands is very passionate. It's also a very youthful energy. So interestingly, with this person, I'm getting a lot of youthful energy. So it doesn't automatically mean that they're younger than you, because again, I said this person is kind of a Peter Pan. So I feel like they're kind of a late bloomer, all right? I know, a lot of people don't like to hear late bloomer or something, but hey, nothing wrong with being a late bloomer, right? Or so I tell myself. Anyway, this person, though, they have a youthful spirit and they have the courage to break through, to overcome their fears, because they will be so driven to be in a relationship with you romantically. And also I see this person just being really spiritual, which is impressive. Like there's like this trajectory of this person starting out very hedonistic, shallow, you know, going through potentially addiction, and then becoming this kind of service-oriented, mature, responsible person, almost looking for atonement in some way, but not towards a certain person. See, here's the thing again, for those of you who are cheated on by this person, this is literally someone who's going to try to make amends. But I also feel like internally, this person knows they have done some things wrong and they want to correct their ways because they feel this spiritual calling. They want to be a better person. Really interesting. So this is pretty much what I'm getting through the cards. Let me get the astrological deck. Spirit, tell me about pile number 2. Who is this person that they're going to marry? Who is their future spouse, Spirit? Tell me. Oh my Lord. Yes, it's all coming together. So here we have Virgo with the Alchemist, all right? Now, I know that the Alchemist is how Virgo is described on this deck, but I feel like in this case with Magician, you have Magician, Alchemist. This person, by the way, for some of you, maybe for many of you, like I said, they could be somehow involved with the medical profession, maybe chemistry as well. First thing that really stood out, to be honest, was the South Node of the Moon. Look at this, old karma. I mean, the South Node of the Moon, those of you who come from my astrology channel, you know, whenever I say South Node, K2, this is past lives, you know, this is spirituality as well. It makes perfect sense. It goes hand in hand with that High Priestess energy. So this person is definitely heading towards spiritual development. And with a lot of K2, there is this not just a connection with karma, which can definitely be like this person could have gone through a lot of fated things just to burn off old karma, but there's this instinctiveness about this person as well. They're very intuitive. They could be someone who, you know, they see things. I don't mean to the point where, you know, they see dead people like in The Sixth Sense by M. Night Shyamalan. But I mean, they are very perceptive, you know. This could also, I mean, it goes hand in hand with this listening card as well. Like somehow they're very attuned to people around them, right? I'm getting an empath as well. Third house, and also third house communication and interaction. This person could communicate a lot on a day-to-day basis. Maybe they, and by the way, third house in Vedic astrology, didn't I say that I think this person is self-employed? Third house is the house of self-employment in Vedic astrology. So I did pick up this very independent vibe, and it's further reinforced here with Aries, Uranus, which is the ruler of Aquarius. 8th house as well to some extent. Transformation, hello. Oh my God. This is really coming together. Like, this person, like I said, they could have gone through some significant transformation in life. This could also refer to something visible, maybe in some cases even things like plastic surgery or, I don't know, severe weight loss, extreme weight loss. You know, some kind of transformation that could have been visible. If it's not visible, it's someone who turns their lives around. And most likely also someone who has gone through a lot of ups and downs. With the 3rd and the 8th houses, this could also be someone who knows a lot of foreign languages. They could even be working with some, you know, they could, in their line of work, you know, they could be somehow using foreign languages. Maybe they teach foreign languages. That would be an explanation. Another thing is they could be a psychotherapist, for instance. One thing that I can say with the 3rd house, they could be very active online, or they could be making a living doing things online on a regular basis. So you could also meet online. That's another thing. Or you could meet this person in a country where there's a different foreign language. There's a foreign language being spoken, I mean, different than your mother tongue. 8th house can also be, and 3rd house, that you will meet through each other's families of origin, either your family or their family. Like you could meet through their parents or your parents, younger siblings, another thing, or you could be meeting in each other's neighborhoods with the 3rd house. Also, you could be meeting through any situation that has to deal with death, transformation, finances, you know, like that, you know, like Scarlett O'Hara said in Gone with the Wind, death and taxes, there's never a good time for any of them. Um, so something along those lines. This person can definitely come across as mysterious as well, with that Magician and that South Node energy and the High Priestess. Yes, this person, ironically, even though there is this communication card, I think on the surface they might come across as pretty quiet a lot of the times, introverted even. With Aries, again, there is a lot of courage, a lot of ambition, but there's also a lot of impulsiveness. Is it impulsiveness or impulsivity? I don't know. Same thing. I mean, you get the general idea. Someone who cannot, who is impulsive, right? Who can't control their first reactions, and they might throw themselves headfirst into things, right? So they might do things that they regret. That's another thing that really, corresponds with what the tarot card said about this person. They could also be someone who works in research, or they're a person who's very profound and likes to get down to the bottom of things. Like I did mention that they could be into psychotherapy, so maybe they are a psychotherapist, or they're maybe just curious about psychology or psychotherapy. Eighth house and South Node, by the way, last but not least, and also with that Magician, this person could definitely have I was gonna say an affliction, an affinity for occultism. So I don't know, they could be into Wicca, they could be into tarot, astrology, although I would not really throw astrology into the realm of occult, but I guess if you're Christian enough, or if you're any Abrahamic religion enough, then astrology is definitely occult. But stuff that is kind of hidden, that is kind of taboo, that is kind of, not conventional wisdom, they might be drawn towards these sort of things. They could also be working as something that has to deal with joint finances, banking, insurance, stuff like that. Okay, this is pretty much what I see with these cards. Let me get the Astro dice. Let's see. Spirit, tell me about pile number 2. Who is pile number 2's future spouse? We have Capricorn. We have the Sun, strong confirmation. And we have number 12. This could be seen as 12th house, or it could be boiling down to a number 3, which means Jupiter. Either way, there's a pretty strong connection to Pisces. So maybe this person has Pisces placements, or they could have just typical Piscean qualities. 12th house can also show, like I said, I'm getting this vibe, this person is quiet, introverted. So 12th house is kind of hidden away from the world, secret. They could be someone who works in isolation. Since we have that connection to healthcare, they could be working like in hospitals, for instance, like in a psych ward, in a psych ward, or a hospital of any kind, or in any kind of line of work where they're somehow alone, isolated from other people on a regular basis. Yeah, there's a lot of introversion with this person, but also with the Sun, paradoxically, or maybe not paradoxically, they're very confident as well. So this is someone who knows who they are. They're very self-confident, I guess there's no other way to put it, and very creative. Also, the Sun with Capricorn. Again, Capricorn definitely reinforces that 10 of Pentacles. So this person is at this moment, right? So their energy is very focused, very driven. They have their eyes on the prize, They are focused on achieving a very specific vision. So the Capricorn does make sense. They're hardworking, and focused on leaving a legacy, like I said. So Capricorn, Saturn, these are energies. Saturn, which rules Capricorn, right? This is an energy that cares a lot about doing things thoroughly, planning, not leaving anything to chance, being controlling to some extent as well. controlling of, you know, not necessarily other people, but, you know, someone who has a hands-on approach, doesn't wait for things to just happen. And they're very also focused on what works in reality, taking things step by step, a lot of patience, a lot of focus. So yes, but at the same time, this person has this kind of like woo-woo energy about them. I have to say, I'm pretty fascinated by this, so I want to see what else is going to come through. Let's see more. Let's see the astrological notes. I'm just going to put the dice aside. Spirit, tell me about pile number 2. Who is their future spouse? This person is so mysterious. I feel like Spirit is having either, I'm not going to say the Spirit is having a hard time, but it's like Spirit doesn't really fully want to reveal this person. This is the vibe that I'm getting. Okay. All right. Forget it. Doesn't really feel like it. Okay. That's enough. So, let's see. What else do we have here? Pile number 2. Dude, I cannot. I just cannot. Really. K2 again. We have K2 again. Just in case you missed it the first time. Then we have Cancer. That's the High Priestess. I did say the Sun and the Moon energy are coming through strongly as well. Venus. She's got it. Yeah, baby, she's got it. Honestly, whenever I think of the devil energy, I think of that woman in the video from Bananarama, or however they're called. That I think it was an 80s band that sang that song, and I think it was a cover. And there was that woman who was dressed in like a black latex suit, I think, at some point. Or was it black or red? That's the devil card, pretty much. Like, you know, seductive and bad. Oh my god, the Sun again. So many consistent messages here. And we also have Rahu. All right, fair. Let's see. I did say foreign culture, foreign countries. This person could also be coming from a different... Oh my god, Saturn. This person could be coming from a different background than you. So there could be some kind of a foreign element about them. We have Mercury. So that's that 3rd house in communication energy reinforced. We have Taurus. Again, more Venus. Okay, that's all the yellow cards. The yellow notes. We have, wow, Purva Bhadrapada. This makes a lot of sense, but honestly, it would probably take me an hour just to explain why. It makes sense with the devil, let me tell you. That's all I'm going to say. Purva Shadha, okay, falling in Sagittarius. Hasta, falling in Virgo, ruled by the moon. This makes way more shit, even more. Actually, both Purva Bhadrapada and Hasta make a lot of sense. I'm gonna break it down, I promise. All right. Satabhishak, okay, falling in Aquarius, ruled by Rahu. Chitra, falling in Virgo and Libra, ruled by Mars. That makes sense as well. Punarvasu, wow, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, I need to pace myself because I'm getting overexcited already, like, by all of the confirmations here. Falling in Gemini and Cancer. Kritika, very strong confirmation because it is ruled by the Sun. There's more Sun energy. And then we have Jyeshta. This makes a lot of sense as well. Falling in Scorpio, ruled by Mercury. So... let me break things down. All right, so these notes over here, I don't feel like I have to go over them again because they are just reinforcements of what I have already explained. So we have the communication skills, the attention to detail, the sensuality, hypersensuality. One thing that I can say with this Venus Taurus stuff, this person also is likely to be attractive above average, even more so based on these nakshatras that came through. With Cancer, this person has a soft and nurturing side as well. There's a secretly soft romantic side about them as well. K2, that's spirituality. So they're kind of like an advanced mother in a way. So like a spiritual nurturing sort of, they have a spiritual nurturing side is what I'm trying to say. With the sun, again, they are protective, they are creative, they have that ambition, they have that confidence to achieve things. They can also feel like this person can be very introverted, but at the same time, they can feel really comfortable in, I don't know, leadership positions, for instance. So they're an interesting mix of paradoxes. The Saturn is a very strong confirmation of everything that I said. Like, this person is hardworking, they're serious, they are determined to create a legacy, they're very focused on that. Their work is very important to them as well. And Rahu is the energy that shows, like I said, most likely this person could be coming from a foreign background, right? They're different than you in some way. Or they could just be a very unconventional individual, right? Very independent, kind of, you know, dances to the sound of their own tune, waltzes to the sound of their own tune, or however you want to put it, right? So they're the kind of person that is not afraid to be themselves, as much as they will care about convention, as much as they will care about, you know, also potentially getting admiration and validation from others. At the same time, I'm getting a sense that they are not compromising at all. So this is a fascinating character, I have to say, pile number 2. So let me know if you have met someone who reminds you of anything that I'm saying here, because I would love to hear it in the comment section. Now let's unpack the really interesting side, which is the nakshatras, which are way more in depth. So we have Purva Bhadrapada. The reason I said it makes a lot of sense, both with the devil and the magician coming through, is because it's actually connected to black magic in Vedic astrology. It is connected to, well, a lot of things that basically would fall under the realm of occultism, you know. And it's a very complex, well, first of all nakshatras are very complex. If you come from Vedic astrology, you already know that. If not, check out my astrology channel that I will be linking in the video description so you can find out more. I have already posted videos with general descriptions for most nakshatras. I still have to continue that series, but I did talk about Purva Bhadrapada in the nakshatras of Jupiter video that I posted probably more than a year ago. And I also use a lot of examples of famous people in my videos, just as a parenthesis in case you're curious to find out more. So this nakshatra is just known to be dark. Just to give you some examples, Billie Eilish has ascendant in Purva Bhadrapada, and you might think, well, she's not dark. Well, a lot of the stuff, the art that she puts out, she had a song called Bury a Friend. By the way, Purva Bhadrapada is actually connected to death, funerals. It's actually, the symbolism associated to it is the funeral cot, basically, the front part of the funeral cot. And it's also connected to two-facedness to some extent. So it makes sense with this, well, the rest of the reading that I went over previously. This person is kind of like all over the place. You know, they have a lot of like light and dark sort of energy. Not to say that this person is like creepy or something, or they're doing anything illegal, but it makes sense, you know, with the rest of the reading. Definitely would make sense, because Purva Bhadrapada is not evil or anything. This is actually a very harsh nakshatra that puts people through a lot of tests in life. So oftentimes it actually, especially in the first part of a person's life, can create behavioral problems, anger issues, even addictions, although not necessarily particularly prone to addiction, but, you know, developing all kinds of, let's say, toxic traits, right? But ultimately, it's very spiritual. It's actually a part of a priestly caste in Vedic astrology. It's called a Brahmin caste, which are meant to become very spiritually developed. They purify themselves through a lot of hardships, a lot of challenges that they have to go through in life. Another famous example, Michael Jackson, moon in Purva Bhadrapada. Another famous example, Machine Gun Kelly, moon in Purva Bhadrapada. Another famous example, Catherine Zeta-Jones, moon. So you can also use these examples for physicality as well. So some of them become good people. Some of them become dangerous people. Some of them can become very fake and, you know, whatever. Another famous example, Kanye West. Pretty sure he has moon in Purva Bhadrapada as well. So, physically, this nakshatra tends to make people above average attractive, and they also tend to be kind of like a dark sort of sexy. A lot of them, they have this kind of mix of dark and sexy at the same time. Another famous example, Rita Hayworth had moon in Purva Bhadrapada. Grace Kelly had moon in Purva Bhadrapada, which you may think, oh, she didn't look dark at all. Well, she did have that kind of slight seductress energy, and she did play in Hitchcock movies, as far as I remember. Didn't she? I don't know. Don't remember. Anyway, the bottom line is, you know, there's a lot of potential creepiness about this nakshatra. So there is a lot of mystery as well with them. Yeah. Which is, it's also symbolized by the two-faced man. And these people could be people who, you know, hold their cards close to their chest, you know, like they don't reveal much. And it, like I said, in some cases it can be downright criminal, where, you know, you could see someone who is involved in a gang and nobody knows about it. But most of the times it doesn't get to that. Two-facedness can just mean that there can be sides to this person that you will not see at first, right? You will not see on the surface. So this person could have, I don't know, you know, they could have a very conventional, let's say they're a conventional church-going individual, but when nobody's watching, they are reading books on Wicca, for instance, and nobody knows about that, right? So that's what I'm talking about. Like, there could be some kind of a secret hidden thing about them that they don't reveal to anyone. They can also be very intense. They can also be very, like I said, there could be anger issues. A lot depends on how developed, how healed this person is, right? So the mature types are going to be priestly cast. So they will be, tend to focus their energy more on protecting others, on helping others. On the other hand, the ones that are not so healed, they will be the opposite. They will tend to be destructive. They will tend to be two-faced. They will fall into power plays, etc., right? Having read this spread, though, I would say this person, at the moment that you get together with them, they are definitely going to be the healed version, right? So this is why I find it really amazing. I mean, it's really beautiful how the messages are coming through and kind of telling a story here about this person. And Purvashadha would make a person very creative, very artistic. Ironically, even though Purvashadha is ruled by Venus, it can actually also be a very feisty sort of nakshatra. So this person, even before I pulled out the nakshatras, they have Aries, they have third house. So this is definitely someone who has a strong energy, right? Someone who's very determined, kind of unshakable to their core, like not someone who is easily swayed by other people. Like they have some deeply rooted, solidly based foundation that is unchangeable, right? Where they know who they are and they go for what they want no matter what. So this person can be very ambitious, and they could also be drawn to the sea. They could really like the sea. They could actually like weapons. That's another thing. So Purva Bhadrapada and Purvashadha kind of are connected to weapons, potentially. Kritika as well. I'm going to get to Kritika later. Probably tomorrow, because this video is really going to last a long time. I don't even know how I'm going to edit this video. Damn, I did not think things through. Hopefully I manage. Anyway, so Kritika is also connected to the military, right? So there could definitely be a connection to the military, to police force, to weapons, weapon engineer. This could be, right? So there could be some kind of a rough energy about this person, where they are familiar with conflict, with combat, stuff like that, or just any kind of rough situation, I guess. With Purvashadha, they can also tend to have an oval face. They might tend to have wavy hair. Generally will have pleasant features. Purvashadha tends to make pretty people. Again, will not list everyone that I know. I can just tell you Giselle Bündchen, I think, had ascendant, definitely has some Purvashara. Don't remember 100% if it was ascendant or moon or the sun. I think it was ascendant. Liv Tyler, another famous moon in Purvashara. So very attractive people, like I said, have this placement. They tend to have that nice, classically attractive face, an oval face, and wavy hair. And they, well, because they're ruled by Venus, they tend to have a lot of classically attractive, pleasant features. And I cannot, unfortunately, tell you any men who have Purvashara, not off the top of my head, but I'm sure that you can find plenty if you look into it. Oh, actually, pretty sure that Timothée Chalamet has some prominent Purvashara, but I don't remember 100%. Anyway, doesn't matter. Hasta, again, very relevant that it came through with the magician, and not so much the devil with Hasta, but definitely the magician, because Hasta actually is said to be connected to magicians and magic tricks. And this nakshatra is actually very much connected to hands, like the hand in general. And it tends to make people very creative, very... Again, I could probably speak for hours about each nakshatra, honestly, so I'm probably going to speed it up a little bit, but it does make this nakshatra, it makes these people, in some ways, very advanced, in some ways, based on what I have seen. Some people will take it to very woo-woo extents to say stuff like they have access to Akashic records and all. I honestly, even though I do astrology and tarot, I don't get into that because I tend to believe what I see. So I don't know what to say about any of that, but what I can tell you is I've seen a lot of Hasta people who are very talented, and they seem to have almost like, I mean, I kind of see where the connection to magicians comes from, because they have this almost kind of like a way about them, a magic about them, where they put things together in ways that nobody can quite fathom, you know. They seem to have inspirations that are coming from higher places and all this stuff. Oh, a famous example of Moon and Hasta, I'm pretty sure it's Moon and Hasta, is Iniko, the singer, and I think she's amazing. I mean, oh my god. And she has, not just because she has, I'm not saying she's like downloading stuff from the ether just because she has these like very cool futuristically themed music, but I mean, she is very, very creative, you know, and has a very original style of music. Other famous examples: Leonardo DiCaprio has prominent Hasta placements. Kristen Stewart also has Moon in Hasta. Speaking of Hasta, something you can notice, many of them, especially if the Moon or Ascendant is in Hasta, they have this face shape that is rather triangular. So they have like a face shape that is like an inverted triangle, where their chin is pointier than the temple, right? The face is like wider at the top, and they have a narrow jawline. This is a typical physical characteristic for people who are Mercury dominant in general. So Hasta is ruled by it's ruled by the moon, but it falls in Virgo, right? So there is that Mercury energy as well. But you see it especially with Hasta, where a lot of people who have prominent Hasta, like I said, where it influences the physical appearance according to the horoscope, like first house, second house, the moon, etc. They tend to have this face shape, you know. And aside from that, like I said, they're good with their hands. And another thing about Hasta, speaking of hands, my mind was blown when some YouTube short came on my feed, and it was a snippet of an interview with Kristen Stewart, where she was having an interview with another actor. I think it was one of those actor on actor interviews. And she literally said, I was thinking lately about how important our hands are for us, how they do everything for us. And I was like, holy moly, that is typical for a moon in Hasta to say, you know what I mean? Like that's such a typical thing. Yeah, so they tend to not necessarily be obsessed with their hands or something, although you will see that where they will look at their hands a lot, or they spend a lot of time to take care of their hands, you know, obviously wearing rings and bracelets and all that. But they also tend to use their hands a lot. So even in their professions, they could do all kinds of craft work, or, well, nowadays a lot of people use their hands because they're typing away on keyboards and whatnot. So, but speaking of keyboards, Hasta actually does have a strong connection to music and musicians, composers, and whatnot. So again, makes sense with the Nico. Obviously, not trying to say that the future spouse is going to be necessarily a singer, an artist, but they could have some talents. You know, they could be creative. They could like magic tricks, magicians. Oh, another thing that I remember talking about this in the video that I did on my astrology channel about Hasta ages ago. That what is his name? Oh my god. The guy who played Wolverine. What is his name? He's Australian. Oh my god. I'm aging or something. Like, I keep forgetting stuff. Never mind. You know who he is. I don't remember his name, but you know who he is. The guy who played Wolverine, all right, in X-Men. I did his horoscope, and he did a role in Prestige, or The Prestige, where he played a magician, and he actually has a prominent Hasta placement. I think it was Sun or Moon. I don't remember exactly. There is some prominent Hasta placement in his horoscope anyway. Gosh, I still can't get over the fact that I don't remember his name. Anyway, I will be looking after I finish this because I don't want to ruin the flow. So, this is Hasta, okay? Punarvasu, this one I found it interesting as well because Punarvasu is connected to succeeding at the second try. So to me, this is a very strong confirmation that for some of you, this person is someone you have already been in some kind of a connection with. It may not necessarily be a romantic connection, so maybe this is not an ex, but maybe this is someone you have had some kind of contact with, you know, like maybe you met them once 5 years ago on a holiday or something, and now suddenly you reconnect, something like that movie, Before Sunset or Before Sunrise. They had two of them. Right, something like that. You could be reconnecting after a long time and you get together. Also with Punarvasu, this is a reinforcement again. This person I feel is very philosophical, you know. And this is one of many signs that they are philosophical, but they could also be very much focused on higher education and, you know, religion as well, faith as well. So they could be very faith-based, faith-oriented. Maybe religion is important to them as well. Could be organized religion as well. Although, to be honest, well, actually, no, hold that thought, because I was going to say it's less likely, but this person has all of the spiritual and religious placements. So Saturn, Rahu, Ketu. So Ketu is spirituality. Saturn is organized religion. Not necessarily organized religion, but Saturn likes rules and whatever. Again, I'm really turning this into an astrology lesson. Sorry about that. But Saturn is basically connected to people who like order, they like rules, you know, they like everything to be clear and descriptive and everything, you know, to be told what to do, no offense. So I did a video on my astrology channel where I talked about the fact that when you see a lot of Saturn, especially around the signifiers in a horoscope that could point towards a belief system, you know, what a person believes and all that, these people tend to be drawn to organized religion. So with this person, it could go either way. You know, maybe they were born in an organized religion and then they become more spiritual, or it could be vice versa. Who knows? Maybe they, with that devil especially, they could be one of these people, you know, that you see on YouTube, like they get out of oh my God, there is this guy that I came across who actually has sun in Purva Bhadrapada. I think his name is Michael Francese. And holy shit, I'm not saying obviously you're gonna marry someone like that, but that guy would actually be described by these placements over here, because he was in the mafia and then gave up the mafia because he found Jesus, and now talks about, well, not now, I think for decades already, he basically started to make a name for himself by talking against the mafia or helping the police to capture mafia people, something like that. Anyway, I digress. Chitra, all right? Chitra means this person can be superficial, or maybe they were superficial. That would make sense with that devil. Again, Chitra can be the kind of person that cares a lot about appearances, and they couldn't be drawn to everything that glitters, you know? It's actually connected to a jewel, right? One of the symbols of Chitra is a jewel. They tend to, on the plus side, in a way, you know, on the positive side, they can be very attentive to their physical appearance. So, you know, they really take care of themselves. They like to look presentable. That makes sense again with this person, and you know, the Aries and the 10 of Pentacles and all that. So they probably look presentable. They probably look above average attractive, because there are multiple indicators here that this person is above average attractive. And Chitra can also be very physically strong as well, probably also because they take care of their bodies, right? They can also attract a lot of attention because of their physical body. Just to give you some examples, I'm pretty sure Joe Rogan has Moon in Chitra. Who else has Chitra placements? Let me think. Ed Norton, pretty sure, has Moon in Chitra. I'm not 100% if it was the moon, but I do remember he had some Chitra placements. Scarlett Johansson also has Moon in Chitra. Can't think of any more examples right off the top of my head. But if you look at the horoscopes of a lot of people who tend to be conventionally attractive, they have placements in Chitra. They also tend to be very interested in visual things, right? They don't just care about looking cute and you know, physical appearance. That's another thing with these people. They can be superficial. They can be overly focused on whether people are attractive or not. Especially early on in life, before they learn to become more mature. But on the positive side, they can be very creative, so they can be very drawn to visual arts, photography, directors, you know, they can be directors, stuff like that. They can also tend to be very ambitious in general, you know, and they tend to want to achieve big, you know, to become famous and all that stuff. Satabishak, wow, I mean, this person is just blowing my mind. I mean, again, if you have any idea who this person is, I mean, I want to hear all the details in the comment section, because, like, I have to say, I am fascinated already. I would be so curious to know who this person is, because they have a lot of on the one hand contradictory energies, but then a lot of like cool, interestingly intertwined energies. So Satabishak is that coming around energy that came through in the tarot cards, you know, of the devil. Like this person having gone through being in that devil energy and now moving on to the high priestess. So, because Satabishak is a nakshatra that is associated to the wounded healer archetype. It's kind of similar to Chiron in tropical astrology, if you're familiar with that, but it's even more complex. It's actually called as the sign of 1,000 physicians to the gods or something like that. So it's very strongly connected to the medical field. So very strong confirmation that for some of you, this person is in some kind of healthcare connected field. They really show, so this nakshatra shows people who suffer, and through their suffering end up learning a lot about specific problems, specific ailments especially. So that's why it's very strongly connected to medical stuff. You see a lot of very good psychotherapists, doctors and whatnot that have prominent Satabishak nakshatra placements, and many of them learn also through their own suffering. You know, they start to have, like, they will have an ailment, let's say, when they're growing up, and they want to learn everything they know, everything they can about that ailment, and that in turn, you know, opens up their interest in medical science and wanting to heal others and all that stuff. So they end up helping people through their own experiences, through their own bad experiences and how they overcame them, right? Nowadays, of course, this could be, I don't know, YouTuber who does videos on dealing with addictions or how they overcame addiction or something like that. A lot could be seen through this. There's this guy, Dr. Amen, I don't know what his last name is, but he's Dr. Amen something, who, he had an interview with Jay Shetty. I do remember that. I cannot tell you what his, I don't know what he's famous for, honestly. I don't know what he wrote, to be honest. I'm sure he published some stuff, but he's a psychotherapist, had an interview with Jay Shetty, and he talks about ADHD and a bunch of other, like, medical stuff, but he's pretty famous. He has moon in Satabishak, because I know I stalked him, LOL. Quote unquote stalked. I mean, you know, I looked for his horoscope because I was curious, because I got that vibe. I got the vibe, and I wanted to see if this guy has the Satabishak energy, and it was there. So I know I'm going to sound arrogant, but so many times, like right now, I've gotten so good that like 9 times out of 10, if I see a person talking, walking, breathing, I will look at them and think, do they have placements in this nakshatra? Because it's giving me a vibe. And like literally 9 times out of 10, if I look for their horoscope, they will have that nakshatra either in the natal horoscope or in the navamsha. But anyway, closing the parenthesis. Another thing with Satabisha, I said this in another video here, multiple videos, they also easily appeal to the masses, you know, because of their suffering. They can also become very good artists, where they attract, like, they talk to large audiences of people, right? They can transmit something very powerful that other people can relate to. Robin Williams was a moon in Satabishak. Kurt Cobain from Nirvana, I don't know if he was a moon in Satabishak, but I'm pretty sure he had placements in Satabishak. A bunch of famous people, all right? Again, I won't go through my entire database in my head, but you see it a lot in the horoscopes of people who become quite popular as well, you know? Popular, and like I said, they help a lot of people through their art or through their research, you know, so they kind of become healers one way or another. Not all of them, of course, but they have that potential. And also, they can be kind of aloof, and they can come across as kind of aloof, you know, and they're hard to read. They're very hard to read. Just to give an example of someone who, again, I don't remember his name. I was going to say, just to give an example, but then I don't remember his name. The guy who plays Damon in House of the Dragon, I don't know what his name is, but that guy is moon in Satabishak. Just to give an example, they're not all like, but to me, he's a very good example because he has that vibe of like aloofness, kind of. And I don't mean just in the role, the actor has that vibe, you know. But again, you know, not all of them are all the same, but they can definitely come across as kind of aloof and difficult to read. So they're the kind of people that can come across as approachable, but they don't really allow people to get very close to them unless they are a select few, you know. Okay, closing the chapter, moving on to Kritika, right? So Kritika, which is the star of fire, it's connected to warfare. It's connected to, again, intensity, also creativity, creation, and all that. Connected to cooking. It's connected to sharp objects. Kritika is literally symbolized by the axe or the knife or the sword. So a lot of famous people also who are literally involved in military and stuff like that were connected to have prominent Kritika placements. I think I've said this in another video that Sun Tzu, who wrote The Art of War, had Sun in Critica. Of course, if his time of birth was correct, but I think it was, because you would expect a Critica to write a book called The Art of War. Yeah, it's also, here's the thing. I did say that infidelity might have been a thing with this person. Critica has a thing with infidelity, and again, will not get into it because I will never finish this reading, but I can recommend a video that I did on my astrology channel, which again, you can find linked in the video description, that was actually titled Critica and Infidelity or something like that. I did 2 of them. There's a part 1 and a part 2. So you can look into that. There is a tendency with this nakshatra to be infantile in pursuing their desires. In the sense that even though they're not entirely bad people, they can be extremely selfish when it comes to pursuing exactly what they want. I've also mentioned this in many other videos, I think both on this channel and my astrology channel, that in my mind, a very good example of a Critica archetype is Scarlett O'Hara. So Scarlett O'Hara basically walked over dead bodies to try to get Ashley. And that's just one way in which she is very much a Critica archetype. And I actually pointed this out in my video, one video on my astrology channel, or a post, I don't remember, but I'm going to say it now anyway. I actually looked into the horoscope of the woman that was said to inspire Margaret Mitchell to create the character of Scarlett O'Hara. And apparently she actually was, not exactly like Scarlett O'Hara, but she was this really tough woman who built a business or something like that, again, around the time when it was seen as very, very frown-worthy for a woman to do this. And I actually looked for her time of birth, and she had Venus in Critica, so she had a planet in Critica in her horoscope, just to prove my point, or to bring evidence to support my point, because I cannot 100% prove it. But what I'm trying to say is Critica can be very stubborn, very creative. They will also be very blunt. So they're connected to the knife also because they're known to be sharp-tongued. Critica also has kind of a connection to the word critical, and they actually tend to be critical. Sometimes you will see with these people that sometimes they speak before thinking things through, and they can hurt feelings and stuff. So it's definitely not an energy that is naturally diplomatic. Definitely not. And I have to say, with this person, it's kind of like in between with them, because they have some nakshatras that can be very savage, and then they have some nakshatras that can be pretty diplomatic, right? But overall, I would say this person is not the most diplomatic person, I have to say. I would say they tend more towards not being particularly diplomatic. Also, out of these nakshatras, I think 1, 2, 3... Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4 are Rakshasa or demon nakshatras, which are known to be pretty blunt and harsh. Not saying that this is going to be an evil person. They're just not someone who's naturally diplomatic. They can be someone who, speak their mind, and like I said, don't really think before they speak. Critica can also mean that they could be involved in government work. They could be working for the government. There could be a theme of adoption in their lives, even if it's not literal adoption. What you see with Critica is oftentimes they tend to have multiple mother figures. So even if they were not legally adopted by someone, they can have multiple people that were kind of behaving like their mothers at the same time, Or they could have had people try to adopt them. Some theme of adoption could be happening in this person's life. Another thing with Critica is they love food. They love cooking. They like to eat. They also tend to be very stubborn and have this kind of childlike stubbornness in pursuing exactly what they want. Like I said, like Scarlett O'Hara, exactly like that. Now, of course, there are degrees of this depending on how mature the person is. Not everyone is going to be exactly the same. But with Critica, as far as I have seen, even when this person reaches a ripe old age, whether they're male or female, they will pursue things until the end of the earth, with the same kind of 5-year-old determination of walking over anything that gets in their way. Sometimes it's not so funny, really. All I'm going to say is, according to official records, the president of Russia also has Moon in Kritika. Now, of course, whether his time of birth is accurate or his date of birth is accurate, that might be under discussion. Obviously, not saying that he's a representative, but I'm just throwing it in there. Another famous person with Moon in Kritika and Jupiter in Kritika is Jessica Chastain. Let me think. Among men, the guy who, what's his name? Mandy Patinkin. Interestingly, that guy has both Kritika and Jyeshta, which also shows up here, prominently placed in his horoscope. I think he has Sun in Jyeshta, Moon in Kritika. I remember I again Googled his horoscope because I saw Yentl centuries ago, that movie with Barbra Streisand where he plays Barbra Streisand's love interest. It's a really old film, right? But it's a good film, I think, worth watching. He also played the guy in Princess Bride who was obsessed with revenge, and I thought, oh my god, that's so fitting with Jyeshta and Kritika. But anyway, he said that famous line of, "My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die." If anyone recognizes it, please mention it in the comment section. Anyway, they can be very intense. And again, if this is a man, especially, this is going to be a very masculine, typically manly man sort of type that a lot of women find attractive. I mentioned this also in the video where I talked about Kritika, that men with placements in Kritika, they attract a lot of women, even when they're not particularly attractive, simply because this nakshatra kind of naturally has this masculine vibe. It's ruled by the sun. It's also connected to warfare. It's kind of blunt, and it has this kind of natural toughness about it. Whereas women with placements in Kritika, even when they are physically attractive, they're not seen as the most attractive because they have a lot of these pretty tough sort of energies, you know? Like, you know, they're not compromising, they're ambitious, they're blah, 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 blah. Aside from that, Jyeshta, last but not least. So Jyeshta, it falls in Scorpio, it's ruled by Mercury. Very fitting with the Magician and the Devil. Again, this person, like, oh gosh, I would love to know who this person is, pile number 2. Please come back to this video and make a comment in the comment section, because I want to know. I want to know who this person is. Because there's so many repeated messages that this is someone who is into witchcraft. Okay? Witchcraft, for lack of a better word. I would say occultism, okay? I'm not going to say witchcraft. I did say witchcraft, but it doesn't have to be like Wicca or anything like that. It's something occult. Like, this person could be, I don't know, learning about spiritual stuff, and could even be things like the Silva method, you know, and transcending reality, maybe things like lucid dreaming, everything that's kind of like borderline woo-woo, you know, and spiritual, and about the border between what is physical reality and what is transcendent, and all that. All of this is showing in this person's psychological makeup, so I'm very curious. But anyway, back to Jyeshta. A few key things to take away. Number 1, didn't I say this? Holy shit, I think I did say this for this reading, didn't I? To be honest, I don't even remember my name, because this reading started so long ago. It's like I'm showing 1 hour and 18 minutes. I don't even know how I'm gonna save this video. I might have to post it in like 4 separate sequences or something. I think I said it though, didn't I? That this person most likely made their own money. That even if they were born into wealth, they made their own money, like they increased their wealth. That actually is typical for Jyeshta. And I said this just based on the tarot cards without having seen the Jyeshta influence. Again, I did speak about Jyeshta more in depth in another video on my astrology channel in the Mercury ruled nakshatras with loads of famous people examples. where I talked about especially this topic, that they are, this nakshatra translates into the eldest most excellent, and it is connected to people who achieve through their own efforts. So if they're born dirt poor, they might make it to multimillionaire by the time that they pass away. If they're born into wealth, they increase the family wealth. Famous examples: Donald Trump, Emma Watson. Gosh, there are so many famous examples. I mean, again, I can normally on any given day, I know a lot of examples, but now that I'm trying to figure out examples, of course, my mind is going blank. I don't remember as many as I would have wanted to. Well, like I said before, Mandy Patinkin, that was an example that I can remember. There are loads of famous examples with Jeshta, because it tends to make people very successful because they have this relentless drive and ambition to do better, to do more. Again, really backs up what I said about this person with that Six of Wands, that they never rest on their laurels. They keep going for more and more. Rosalia, the famous Spanish singer, also has ascendant in Jeshta. Catherine Zeta-Jones also has ascendant in Jeshta. Let me think, who else? Well, cannot think of any more famous examples. I don't think you need any more famous examples. The bottom line is, with Jeshta, they can really be drawn to the occult. Another thing that you can, in addition to them being very ambitious, another very famous example was Mozart, moon in Jeshta. So they tend to be very driven, very ambitious, kind of to the point of being obsessive and, driving themselves to the point of burnout and insanity. So they also, by the way, have a tendency to have insomnia, or sometimes it may not be insomnia. It could just be that they don't need a lot of sleep. And they tend to be very active as well. Physically, they can actually tend to have a pretty slim build, or a tendency to not gain a lot of weight, or even have a hard time gaining weight, actually, because of their constant agitation. And they tend to be superstitious. Jeshta also has kind of a reputation, because it's ruled by the hare, which is kind of a wild rabbit breed. It has kind of a reputation to chase a lot of romantic interests. Has a kind of lustfulness about them, but as far as I have seen, I mean, well, I was going to say that it's not that true for every. It depends, really. It depends on how developed the person is. How emotionally developed. Some of them can definitely, chase stale for long periods of time of their lives, One thing that I want to say, did I say, yes, superstitious, they could be wearing an amulet, or they could be wearing things, either something around their necks or on their hands or whatever. So either they will have some kind of an object that has a spiritual significance, or they could be carrying some object with them that has some kind of a spiritual, and usually, and if you ask them, they will say that it's about protection, spiritual protection, I mean. Okay, that's pretty much all I have to say. All right, last but not least, I might actually finish this video this week. Let's get some some physical characteristics. Now, I do want to mention, before I get into physical characteristics, bear in mind that this is a general reading, so I take the physical characteristics out just because they're fun, right? But take them with a grain of salt, because obviously not everyone who watches this video is going to marry the exact same person that looks exactly the same, right? But it's fun to take into account. So if you actually see some physical characteristics that maybe remind you of someone on your mind right now, could be a strong confirmation that this is the right person. Spirit, tell me about pile number 2. Who is this person that pile number 2 is going to marry. All right. What is this? Okay. Let's see. We have full lips. We have relaxed. We have broad smile. That's sun energy. We have fair skin. We have straight hair. We have full lips twice. All right. We have cheek dimples. We have beautiful hands. I cannot. Did I not mention the hasta thing with hands? I cannot. We have square face. That actually makes sense with the sun. Again, they tend to have strong jawlines. Kritika especially. Mischievous smile. That's Gemini Mercury energy. We have large eyes. We have, oh, tattoo. Okay. That could be Rahu. That could be the Rahu energy as well. We have chin dimple. Okay, cheeks and chin dimple could be showing up. Melancholic, serious expression. We have blue or gray eyes. Active. Makes sense with the Jyeshta energy. Medium lips. All right, so we have medium to full lips. We have glasses. We have dark tan skin. Jewelry. Oh, I forgot to mention this. Even with Chitra, they might like to wear jewelry, even the men. Light tan skin. So skin color is pretty much all across the board. Black eyes came out twice. Athletic body, confirmation. All right. Short to medium height. Almond-shaped eyes. Cheek dimples. Raspy voice. Light tan skin came out twice. Tall, again, height is all across the board. Bohemian style or vibes. Tattoo came out twice. So this person could definitely have tattoos. Uniform, bingo. I did say that with Kritika. They might be police, military. Okay, to be fair, with uniform, they could be working at McDonald's as well. Beauty spot on the face. Slim build. That makes sense with the Jyeshta. Short to medium, I said that. And let's see. Yeah, I went over all of them. Dark tan skin. Okay, so this has been pretty much it. If you will watch this entire reading all the way to the end, give yourself a pat on the back for me. Thank you so much for listening to my rant. And of course, feel free to comment in the comment section with respect to anything you want to share. I would be very curious to hear your comments about this one. And also, of course, any suggestions that you have for future readings that you might want me to cover on my channel, I'm going to take them into account basically. Aside from that, don't forget to subscribe. If you haven't subscribed already, it's the easiest way to support me and it is free. Also, click on the notifications bell to see when I will post a new video. And aside from that, if you're interested in a private tarot reading, check out the video description. I will leave my email address in there, right? You can email me with a question for a pricing list. I can send you a pricing list, reading options, and all that. I have mentioned this before, since some people have told me that I should make my pricing list public. I don't feel comfortable doing that, but I can guarantee you that if you send me an email to ask for information, I'm not going to spam or anything. So I'm just going to send you the information you request. I've also left a link in the video description to reviews I have gotten for private readings before, so you can go ahead and check them out. It might help you decide if you want to get a reading from me. Aside from that, last but not least, I do have an astrology channel which I kept referencing in this video. It's called Astro Martine, and I will link it in the video description as well. If you are curious about astrology, go ahead and check it out. Maybe subscribe. I focus mainly on Vedic astrology there, so I use the sidereal zodiac and the whole sign house system. I have more than 10 years of experience in reading Vedic astrology horoscopes, more than 20 in astrology in general. So I started with tropical, and I'm very knowledgeable in tropical as well. but I mostly focus on Vedic because I have just found it to be more accurate over the years. And I also use my insights from various astrological topics and systems, such as Batsa's Yue Doshu, which are Chinese systems, Mayan astrology, the Mayan zodiac, numerology, and a bunch of other systems which are more woo-woo that I will not name publicly. So anyway, I'm mostly focused on Vedic astrology. So if you're curious to find out more, go ahead and check out my astrology channel. Maybe subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope to see you at my next tarot reading. Bye. Welcome, pile number 3. This is your reading if you have chosen this card over here, number 46, Night Ride, and or this milky quartz crystal. This is going to be the card selection phase, so if you don't want to sit through it, I'm going to add timestamps so you can skip directly to the interpretation. Okay, so let's see. Spirit, tell me about pile number 3. Who is their future spouse? All right. Let's see. We have 4 of Pentacles. We have 5 of Cups. We have King of Swords. 4 of Swords. We have King of Wands. We have Moon. All right. Let's get some more cards. Spirit, tell me about pile number 3, the Milky Quartz. Who is their future spouse? I'm just gonna... All right, I don't do reversal, so I'm gonna flip them over. So let's see, we have the 7 of Cups, we have the High Priestess, we have the 10 of Cups, we have the Strength card, we have the Chariot, and we have the 6 of Pentacles. All right. Let's see, some Oracle cards. Spirit, tell me about pile number 3. Who is their future spouse? Who is pile number 3's future spouse? Whoa, Tarantula connection. Number 13. This is so fascinating because I was just thinking before I pulled this card that you already have so many number 4s. We have 4 of Pentacles, 4 of Swords. Let's see. Well, not so many. Yeah, we have 2. But I was noticing... Oh, we also have a number 4 here in Night Ride 46. So yeah, a lot of number 4s. All right, let's see some other Oracle cards. Tell me about pile number 3. Who is this person that pile number 3 is going to marry? Who is their future spouse? Spirit, who is pile number 3's future spouse? Tell me. Ooh, kindred spirits. Cute. That is very cute, pile number 3. I mean, look at this. This is so cute. I cannot. Night Ride. Look at these owls. And look at these 2 women in kindred spirits. I already can tell that this is going to be a very spiritual, romantic union. So, let me read the description for this card from the booklet here. Number 46. Protector, wonder in the night, big brother, friendship. An elephant transports 2 owls on his back, a mother with her young bird child. All right, that was supposed to be the mother. But I can interpret it however I want. All right, closing the parenthesis. Protectively, she has folded her wing over the young owl's head. The elephant rides through the night, blowing stars up into the sky through his trunk. Connected with magic and wonder, the elephant is a protector, a strong shoulder to lean on in all times. Even during dark times, you can feel safe and secure beside him. Wow, I'm already jealous. All right, pile number 3. Also, by the way, the elephant is your partner, and this is you and your kids, actually, the owls. This is how I would interpret it, basically, in this context. So this partner is someone who is going to make you feel very, very safe, which makes sense already with all that number 4 coming through, because number 4 in numerology is a very solid number. Very salt of the earth, down to earth, no nonsense, you know, meat and potatoes sort of person that you can always rely on. Incidentally, I'm also saying this in the 4th minute of this recording. So this person is right off the bat, you know, very, very protective. I mean, that's a good way to describe them, especially with that 4 of Pentacles and the 7 of Cups underneath. I'm already going to start clarifying because I want to see more details. So let's see, Spirit, please clarify the 7 of Cups. Please clarify the 7 of Cups. Please clarify the 7 of Cups. Queen of Cups. Yeah, so I'm getting a lot of Cancer energy from this person. A lot of water energy already. Cancer was the first thought because you have the moon as well. So the moon rules Cancer. And all those number 4s that showed up make me think of the 4th house. Also the number 4 that showed up here on Tarantula. So like, makes me think of the 4th house, which is actually corresponding to Cancer and it's ruled by the moon. So this person is going to feel like home, which is like, I'm getting this very kind of warm, comforting sort of vibe from them. High Priestess is also boiling, is, well, number 11 on the High Priestess boils down to a number 2, in numerology, which is ruled by the moon as well. So there's more moon energy. I'm also seeing, let me see, 5 of Cups, 10. Yeah, the Chariot here with number 7. Yeah, and 7 of Cups. Number 7 makes me think of K2. So this person, this could be someone that you have past life connections with. Past life, there could be like this instant recognition when you first see each other. Like, oh, it's you. It's you. But in a good way. Not like, ugh, it's you again. Maybe I didn't say it right. It's more like, oh my God, it's you. You know, like the one I've always waited for. Yeah, I'm getting some very romantic vibes. Let me, please clarify the 4 of Pentacles here as well, Spirit. Oh, wow, the Magician. Yes. This person, they're very determined. First of all, the Magician has the number 1 on it, which is ruled by the sun. 4 plus 6 over here boils down to a 10, boils down to a 1, not a none. It's getting pretty late. Also, it cracks me up because the card says night ride and it's like close to midnight. But the night is still young. So, yeah, this person has strong sun energy. Yeah, because like 4 plus 6 boils down to a 10, boils down to a 1. That's ruled by the sun in numerology. So they're someone who has a strong, silent confidence. And the protectiveness. And one thing I can also say with this person is loyalty. Loyalty is coming through very strongly. This is not a wishy-washy, hot or cold sort of person. Spirit, please clarify the 5 of Cups for me. Four of Cups again, we have the number 4. 4 of Cups is actually a card that speaks of sticking to your guns, number 1. And it speaks of determination and resolve. Saying no to temptation. You know, like in the traditional Rider-Waite deck, the Four of Cups is symbolized by that man sitting down with his back against a tree, and he has these cups next to him, like a hand is offering him a cup, and he's sitting there with his arms crossed and his head down, looking kind of angry, like shaking his hand. So it shows the refusal of temptation, the rejection of temptation. So this person, just wow, like solid as a rock. This person is 100% going to be there for you no matter what. You know, they're not someone you're going to have to worry about. They're not someone that you will doubt at any point. They will not give you a reason to doubt them. So I'm getting safety, security. Five of Cups here. Let me see. Five of Cups. I'm going to clarify again. Please clarify the High Priestess. Are you fluffing kidding me? Are you seeing this, y'all? Are you effing seeing this? Four of Wands. Like, literally all of the fours came out. Four, I think so. Didn't they? Yeah. Four of the first one. Four of Pentacles. Four of Pentacles. Four of Cups. Four of Swords. Four of Wands. And Four of Wands, by the way, is, of course, one of the most positive cards in tarot. Which shows a happy family life. Which shows this person's motivation. This is this person's underlying motivation. They will be very emotionally mature. They know what they want. They want stability. They want a happy family life. They will do anything to maintain it. With the Four of Cups, clarifying the Five of Cups, this person, they know a good thing when they see it. You know, this is the kind of person that they would never do something stupid like risk this relationship, for instance, for a temptation. You know, this is like the opposite of a shallow person, honestly. Pile number 3, I mean, jackpot. What can I say? We have King of Swords here. We have 10 of Cups. Again, I'm going to pull a clarification. Please clarify the King of Swords, Spirit. Five of Cups again. Please clarify the 10 of Cups, Spirit. The Empress. Oh my gosh. Well, this person, I have to say, they're not without, well, first of all, I don't have to tell you that nobody's perfect, and I make it my business to tell people both the negative and the positives that I see, because I read the cards, all right? So I see, there was actually one of the previous, but I don't remember which one, had a similar, slightly similar vibe to this, but not exactly the same. So if you feel drawn to one of them, go ahead and check them out, but if not, you're just going to get all the messages you need to hear through this reading. So what I'm seeing with this person is they might have very high standards. They might have like a very idealized image in their heads of exactly the kind of family life that they want, exactly the kind of life that they want. And the problem, if any, is they might have high demands, both from other people and from themselves. So they might be a little bit perfectionistic, for instance. So I think there might be something, this might be something that could be holding them back in life in general. Like they could be too much of a perfectionist to the point where they will not even notice opportunities because maybe they're not exactly what this person wants. On the other hand, they may not see, you know, it's like they might take some time to, well, no, not necessarily, scratch that, not necessarily the case. So basically what I'm trying to say is this person can have very high demands, both from themselves and from others. So they could be perfectionistic. So they could suffer some frustrations because things are just, you know, not what they seem, right? Or they might easily get disappointed. And I feel like this is especially true when it comes to romance, to be honest. I think this person may have had some disappointments in the past simply because they have held people to very high standards, and they felt like the people around them, this could be romantic relationships, but not only, right? So they just feel like the people around them were not up to standard. Like they just disappointed them over and over again. There's also this feeling about this person that there may have been one or two things, maybe more than one or two things, but there may have been some instances in their lives where they ended up doing something or not doing something they regretted, especially motivated by perfectionism. Something like they let go of an opportunity that they did not recognize as an opportunity at the time because of their hyper rationalism, their analysis paralysis, and their tendency to basically not see the woods for the trees. So there could be some frustration connected to that. Now, this could be connected to relationships, or it could be about life in general. One thing I can tell you about this person is they know what they want 100%. I'm getting that song in my head. I know what I want and I want it now. It's a 90s song. I want you because I'm Mr. Vain. Something like that. I'm not saying this person is Mr. Vain. Maybe you're Mr. Vain. I don't know. I'm kidding. No, because this is about them. This is not about you. So this is their energy. So yeah, this is pretty much what I can say about this. Aside from this, we have Four of Swords. We have the Strength. So this person, okay. I'm getting I just want to make sure that I'm getting this right because I have a very strong image in my head. What the heck? I was just going to clarify the Four of Swords, but let me put it back in because I'm not sure because I didn't even get to utter the question and it just came out. Spirit, please clarify the Four of Swords for me, Spirit. We have the Fool. All right. That's similar to the Chariot, actually. Please clarify the Strength, Spirit. We have the Moon again, dude. So, wait, I want to... Please clarify the Fool as well. I need to know. Okay, we have the Emperor. We have the Emperor again with the number 4. Damn. 4 of Swords, all right? Clarified by the Fool, clarified by the Emperor. So, this person, and then we have Strength clarified by the Moon. I'm sorry, I need to. Please clarify the Moon here, Spirit. 8 of Cups. Please clarify the Moon over here. Temperance. All right. This makes a lot of sense. So, in the past, this person they have held a lot inside their emotions. They have repressed a lot of emotions. Not only that, but I'm specifically getting a sense of them holding out. I think this person, they may very well have been single for a long time before getting with you. They may very well be single for a long time before getting with you, getting together with you. Or if they weren't, you know, they had a relationship and they really tried to make it work, but it did not end well. So somehow, again, because this person did not meet their expectation, this person disappointed them somehow. What I do see is this person was determined, you know, so their nature, okay, so I'm seeing the present and the past, all number fours, all right? Still, this person is solid through and through, you know, solid, dependable. They're a mountain, all right? And they are driven, their approach, they have learned from the past to have a approach of what's the word, pragmatism. Yeah, so it's like being very responsible, being very even tempered, right? So they have learned patience. This person is very patient. It's very unlikely for this person to lose their temper, for instance, because they're a very kind of even, you know, steady temperament. Even if they have determination, they can feel passion and whatnot, they seem very controlled. And in the past, this person has had a long period, maybe even their whole lives, of being pretty, you know, what's the word? Oppressed, not oppressed, repressed, emotionally repressed. What I'm specifically getting, and this is like becoming more and more specific actually, is this person tried very hard in the past to be the rock in other people's lives. So in many ways, yeah, in many ways they repressed their own feelings, their own needs, so that they could make other people happy. I also see this person have has at some point, well, maybe multiple times, blended activities or maybe qualities of mind, of personality, that seem to most people to be contradictory. Now, this could be in their line of work. It could just be something that people notice about them. So maybe they have a lot of paradoxical characteristics. They could also be somewhat of mixed background, mixed or multi-ethnic background. Like somehow they have felt throughout their lives that they have had to be mediators, and somehow they've had to bridge different worlds, what seem to be, you know, totally different worlds, like different societies or something. So that's why I'm getting a sense maybe that they're mixed race. Could be mixed race or just multi-ethnic, right? Different, maybe their parents come from two different cultures, right? So they were always kind of like caught up in the middle. And like I said, they have taken the path. So in the past, they have taken the path of being the solid, dependable one that people could rely on to show themselves as dependable, like I said. They have chosen peace. They have chosen peace, and they have chosen silence and endurance in the past. This is what I see in their past. Oh, well, it's made them who they are, basically. We have King of Wands and the Chariot. Now, this is where it gets really fascinating, because up until this point, this person has this very steady, solid energy, and they continue to have, I mean, this is the base of their personality, you know, they're not crazy and all over the place. But the King of Wands and the Chariot shows that in the future, this person becomes more passionate, more extroverted, more determined. So the sense that I'm getting here is of someone who, oh my God, yeah, it makes so much sense here. we have tarantula here, and we have the butterfly here. I was just gonna say, it gives me the sense of a person who has been in a chrysalis stage. You know, I think that's what it's called, isn't it? Chrysalis? Maybe I'm wrong. You know, before a butterfly becomes a butterfly, right? It's like it's wrapped up in what the hell is that? Silk or whatever they get, the cocoon, right? The cocoon gets wrapped up in silk or something, right? So they, for a long time, this person has stayed and will stay still, because right now, at the moment when you come across this reading, they're kind of like they're in that chrysalis phase, right? So they're in an intermediate stage, where they're like going through an awakening, and probably have been going for some time now, but their past shows this, what I just said. And they're basically transforming into something that is way more confident, more outgoing, in many ways, I guess, more attractive as a person overall, and someone who has leadership abilities, someone who is determined, unwavering, someone who draws on their past experiences to propel them into the future. And it's so fascinating that you have the tarantula and the butterfly. It's like almost like they start out like this, you know, crawling alone on the woods floors. Connection over here, like almost like yearning for connection. And then there's the butterfly. And look at how fascinating the symbolism is here, right? So they start out like this, crawling alone on the floor, right? Connection, looking for connection. And then we have here, kindred spirits, butterfly. So this is them when by the time they meet you, they are the butterfly. They are the butterfly, and you two together, you're butterflies together. All right? So like you bring out the best in each other. And we have Moon here with the Eight of Cups, and we have the Six of Pentacles. This is very positive. We have I want to get another clarification. So this time I'm going to get a different deck for clarification. Let me get, well, not a different deck, but this one. Spirit, please clarify the Eight of Cups for me. All right. Page of Cups. Okay. So this person, with that moon showing up again, right? This time they're pursuing their heart's desire. So in the future, right, the outcome of their transformation is they will have the courage to pursue their heart's desire after having gone through all of their specific experiences. And my guess is most likely because they realized that for a long time they had walked over their needs, they had been frustrated and miserable, and maybe they downright ignored their emotional needs altogether. Maybe they are a person who, you know, didn't even think about their emotional needs because they were so focused on being strong or, you know, fulfilling a sense of duty. I see from this person, not so much like chasing social validation necessarily, but I think this person has been bound by a sense of duty and responsibility, maybe even guilted by other people, you know, to submit and to walk over their own needs and emotions. So they're moving from that to someone who is having like an emotional awakening of becoming very much in touch with their emotions, very much focused on, you know, being happy, pursuing their happiness, being romantic, embracing that side of them. And again, I want to get another clarification. Please clarify the Six of Stones. We have the Empress again. Didn't this one come out again? Yes, it did. Here. The Empress here. Clarified the Ten of Cups. So many repeated cards. I cannot. So we have the Empress as well. This is them, again, wanting to enjoy life. Empress, clarifying the Six of Pentacles. This shows their motivation will be to be giving, but giving from a cup that is already full. You know what I mean? You know when people make that analogy between approaching love from a space of neediness versus approaching love from a space of having met your own needs, or like learning how to meet your own needs to a large extent, and then from a full cup, you know, give that excess love to other people, as opposed to approaching love from that empty cup phase where you're very needy and, you know, depressed and whatnot, and kind of have this energy of desperately wanting to get little breadcrumbs of what you need from other people, right? So this is what I'm seeing with this person. It's the fact that they're becoming very emotionally secure, very strong mentally and emotionally, very healthy, and very generous as well. So of course, most likely this generosity will affect you as well, like will positively affect you. So yeah, I mean, very, very romantic. What I'm seeing is this feeling of like them becoming kind of blossoming. I mean, that's the best word that I can get for all these energies. You know, they're blossoming. So the Empress is an energy that is not just nurturing. And by the way, this person, like I said in the beginning, I see a very strong moon energy. So the moon came out twice, Empress came out twice, High Priestess came out. So Empress, so many fours, right? Like I said, all the fours came out. This person 100% has a very strong moon energy, 100%. And the Empress, even though maybe it's not immediately obvious, it's actually very much connected to the moon energy, because it's connected to nurturing, to mothering, right? So I think this person, like I said, they are learning to heal themselves, and because they will have learned to heal themselves or they will have healed themselves by the time you get together, they have this very mature, very sensible, very solid, calming energy, right? Where they can give to you from a place of security, right? Yeah, I mean, and also just, I see this like very kind of warm and fuzzy energy with this person overall. All right, this is pretty much what I can say from the tarot cards. Let me get the astro cards. Spirit, tell me about pile number 3. Who is their future spouse? Let's see. Oh my God, are you seeing that? Have you seen that? What did I tell you? We have the moon again. So we have Uranus, all right, which is, we do have the King of Swords, so that makes sense. King of Swords, I've said this in multiple readings. King, Queen of Swords, very much connected to Aquarius energy. Now we have Uranus, which in tropical astrology rules Aquarius. So it is possible that this person has Aquarian energy as well. Then we have 5th house, joy and play. 5th house corresponds to Leo. Like I did say this, we have sun energy as well. Most importantly, 5th house connects to the heart chakra, and it connects to your individuality. It's connected to children, but if you want to look at it psychologically, it can be the inner child. So it makes a lot of sense with this person. You know how people who have had like rough upbringings, basically their individuality, their authenticity oftentimes is stifled because they're not allowed to be themselves, or they have parents that put them down or criticize them or just purely neglect them. And so they don't even know who they really are, right? So this is the vibe that I'm getting with this person. By the time you meet them, right, and you get together in a relationship, they are going to know who they are. They're going to be at peace with who they are, and they're going to be very loyal to themselves. You know, they're going to be done with that whole, I'm going to walk over myself so that other people find me acceptable, right? They're not going to be repressing their emotions. They will come towards this connection with the intent to have a union of souls, right? To have a heart-to-heart sort of relationship where you both see each other for who you really are, and you both want to allow each other to be the best versions that you can be, right? So like this very mature, spiritually advanced, mutually supportive relationship. I see this as very, very, very healthy, very, you know, desirable as a relationship. We have the 10th house. This person also most likely has a good social status. What the 10th house can also show is they will also be focused on career. And most importantly, the 10th house is also social responsibility, right? In Vedic astrology, for instance, the 10th house is seen as social karma. So it's like, it's seen as what you have to get done in a way before you leave this earth, basically. And then we have the second house over here. We have resources and values. So second house in Vedic astrology is connected to the family of origin. It's also connected to savings and eating, for instance, right? It actually rules the face. It rules a bunch of things, actually. But what these houses show me is this person could be making money from something they love to do for a living. This is the first thing that I can tell you. They could also be working as, by the way, we have that Six of Pentacles that came through. So I did look at it from the perspective of their emotional development, and there's definitely this element of generosity, but the Six of Pentacles more specifically can actually refer to teaching, not cheating. I don't know where that came from. But this person could be teaching. So they could be teaching for a living because of that fifth house. Or they could be working with kids. That's another thing. They could also be working at something creative, or they could be using creativity on a regular basis for their work. 10th house, like I said, so it is about career and all that. So this person wants to have a career, not so much because they want attention, but because they have a sense of duty towards society at large, and also I think towards themselves because of that fifth house. This is someone who I think realized what their true calling is at a later stage in life, or realizes what their calling is. I think by the time you watch this reading, they are in the process of either having realized or about to realize. So they're around that time where they will have some kind of a reawakening, where they realize who they really are and what they really want from life, and they are willing to go after it wholeheartedly. And yeah, like I said, with the second house, they could also be someone who likes to save money. That makes sense with all those number 4s as well. They're most likely someone who is very sensible with expenses, doesn't like to be wasteful, and probably feels comfortable just having plenty of money saved for rainy days, right? I think, okay, if I were to look at it from the perspective of what could go wrong, because again, nobody is perfect, this person could be a little bit too much on the frugal side because of that 4 of Pentacles in the beginning. Although it doesn't mean that they're gonna pinch a penny until it screams or something, but they are sensible, let me tell you that. And also at this moment, when you come across this reading, because of that 4 of Pentacles in the beginning with the 7 of Cups, this person at this moment is learning to manage their finances, right? They're learning maybe to change how they make their money, right? And in the process, in the beginning, they have to be pretty frugal. They have to manage their money correctly so that they can afford to maybe do what they love for a living. That could make a lot of sense, you know? Like, they could have, I don't know, quit their job so that they could focus on something they had as a hobby, you know? And so they have to learn to live on less resources until they reach a higher level of financial gain. I also see their voice stands out. They could also be using their voice a lot on a day-to-day basis, maybe for their work. That would make sense for a teacher. They could also be into cooking. And they probably feel comfortable having stuff around them, you know? Meaning, not that, how should I put it? Yeah, there's someone who likes to invest in fixed assets, that kind of thing. With the moon, again, I don't have to repeat it because it has come through multiple times. Well, what I can tell you, like I said, I would be shocked if this person that you are going to marry does not have a prominent moon placement. So prominent moon placement means moon is conjunct maybe at least one other planet in the horoscope. This person could have moon prominently placed in their horoscope, like moon in the first house, moon in the also the 10th house. Yeah, even though the 10th is not it's not particularly healthy for the moon, but it is a prominent position. Moon in the 7th house to some extent, right? Moon in the 4th house as well. So any of the angular houses occupied by the moon. Another thing that could be happening is the person has, of course, a lot of placements in Cancer, which is ruled by the moon, and also placements in the nakshatras that are ruled by the moon, which are Hasta. Let me think which ones. Rohini, Hasta, and Shravana. So this person can also be very nurturing. They definitely have a sensitive side. You know, the moon is very sensitive. So they can also have this very nurturing, very, you know, they want to create this soft, like, cocoon, like a hammock for two people, right? Where you're like safe and comfortable together. And this is the kind of relationship that they dream about. This is what I see with this person, you know. And they're most likely a gentle soul, and they love to be nurturing, like I said. It also shows they're very intuitive because of the High Priestess as well. Like the High Priestess energy with the number 11, just as in numerology, 11 is the higher developed version of number 2. High Priestess is like the higher developed version of the moon card in tarot, right? In the sense that the number 11, or the higher development of the moon, is a person who is self-aware, right? So the non-developed moon dominant person is someone who just acts on emotion all the time and doesn't really think things through. But a person who is self-aware, they're able to take a step back and look at themselves and understand what motivates them, and use that moon energy for intuition, right? To read other people, or to nurture other people, to understand other people, right? And speaking of understanding other people, we have this Chiron inner healing. So last but not least, this person is someone who could be using a lot of their painful past experiences as a way to help others, right? As motivation and as knowledge, right? That they carry with them to help other people. Also, having both Aquarius and that Chiron energy, I wouldn't be surprised if they have placements in Sattva Nakshatra. But I'm going to see more about that when I get to the Nakshatra notes. Let's see. Spirit, tell me about pile number 3. Who is this person's future spouse? We have Leo. Okay, makes sense. We have a correspondence between Leo and the 5th house. We also have that sun energy that came through. We have the number 9, which could be boiling down to, well, you could read it as either the 9th house in numerology, which is ruled by Jupiter, associated to Sagittarius, right? But it can also be seen as ruled by Mars. So that shows determination. That shows that Chariot energy, actually. And also the 9th house, again, this person could be coming from a different background. It could be coming from a mixed background, or someone who has traveled a lot or is interested in traveling. And we have Rahu, which again is the co-ruler of Aquarius in Vedic astrology. So there are multiple indicators of Aquarius. And by the way, Rahu is also the sole strongest indicator of someone coming from a foreign country or a foreign culture, even in Vedic astrology as well. So there's a strong indicator that this person could be coming, like I said, they could be from a mixed ethnicity, mixed ethnic background. Okay. So they're different than you, basically. That's the bottom line. But also with that Rahu and that Uranus, this person can be very individualistic, and they're not afraid to be themselves. Spirit, and also original. Spirit, tell me about pile number 3. Who is pile number 3's future spouse, Spirit? Okay. Okay, that's enough. That's plenty. Let's see. We have the Sun. Okay, so that's strong. So this person is really protective, and we have that King of Wands. So they are, as they have gotten older, they have gotten more and more into that Sun energy, and they're going to come in even more into that Sun energy. Gemini. Okay. We have Jupiter as well. All right. So that could go hand in hand with that number 9 that came through. We have K2. Okay. So K2 has to deal with past life and spirituality. So that is a strong confirmation of what I said, that you may have this feeling of deja vu with this person. Virgo. All right. We have Aquarius. Very strong confirmation. Pisces. This is a confirmation as well. I did mention Pisces. I remember that. So strong water energy. And Cancer. Very strong confirmations. All right. Let's see the nakshatras over here. Pusha nakshatra. Makes a lot of sense. Falls in Cancer. Ruled by Saturn. Okay. Mrigashira falls in Taurus and Gemini. Ruled by Mars. So we have some of that Mars energy. Makes sense. Purva Vajrapada. Ruled by Jupiter. All right. Falls in Aquarius and Pisces. That also is a confirmation because we have Aquarius and Pisces. We have Jyeshtha falling in Scorpio, ruled by Mercury. We have Shravana. Wow, very strong confirmation. Falls in Capricorn, ruled by the moon. Oh my gosh, we have Rohini, which is also ruled by the moon, falling in Taurus. Yeah. And we have Anuradha, which is falling in Scorpio, is ruled by Saturn. So we got some of that strong Saturn energy as well. And we have Uttara Bhadrapada, falling in Pisces, ruled by Saturn. So we have some Pisces going on as well. Lots of strong confirmations. So most of these things that have come through here, I've already covered pretty much. So like I said, the difference between, so we have the Sun, we have the Moon. Both of them are pretty strong. It's just that this person starts out as being more of a, you know, not even more of a, it's just that they start out embracing their moon energy and probably rejecting their sun energy in some way. So like the sun energy is more, I guess, if you look at it from traditional gender roles, it's more masculine. It's more, it represents things like leadership, extroversion, reason, creativity, being unapologetically yourself, not being afraid to stand up for yourself or for others, right? Being protective. Also, not being afraid to be yourself, you know, to embrace your individuality, to just have fun, you know, like a child. This is why Leo and the 5th house and the sun are connected to children as energies, and they're also very much connected to dramatic arts and play, right? Playing of all kinds, right? So, yeah, so I feel like this person is becoming more of the sun energy as they get older. They're falling more into their, I guess, what would be seen as traditional masculine qualities. And if this is a woman, it doesn't have to be that they will, I don't know, grow a beard or something, obviously. It just means that, you know, they will fall into that leadership role more comfortably. Like maybe they will be in positions where they protect others, defend others, you know, inspire others by example, for instance, right? So yeah, more of that. Gemini shows that they're very good at communication. They also could have a kind of youthfulness about them. That's another thing. So they could look younger than their age even though we do have some healthy Saturn energy as well. So it could go both ways in the sense that they might be older than you, but they look younger than their age, or they could actually be younger than you, but they're mature for their age. So there could be some kind of a combination going on there. With Ketu, obviously very strong confirmation of what I said with that high priestess energy, with that higher developed moon energy. So this person is very spiritual. They can be very intuitive. They could also have an interest in things like the occult, you know, things that are very woo-woo, including tarot and astrology and all that. They also can be a person who is the kind of person that likes to learn through hands-on practice, you know, as opposed to learning things through theories or theoretical approaches. With Virgo, they can be very analytical. They can be, again, with Virgo, there's kind of a confirmation of what I said, that this person will have a perfectionist side. So they can notice things that are wrong with any situation very easily. Pisces and Cancer, pretty much confirmations of everything I said. So with Pisces especially, the Pisces and the Sun especially will show that this person has a good amount of playfulness. You know, they know how to have fun. They could actually, even if they're an adult, they could like play acting, or maybe they could like the company of children, right? They can easily have fun and put themselves on the same level as a child, you know, and have fun playing games or something like that. Or they could have they can have a pretty strong fantasy life. That's another thing with the moon, especially in tarot. Even in Vedic astrology, actually, the moon rules the mind, right? But in a slightly different way than in tarot. So even in tarot, though, with all this moon energy, this person could have a very active fantasy life. You know, they could be the kind of person that daydreams a lot, or they just have a rich imagination, you know. And you could see that they like to use this imagination in various ways, you know, through creative outlets and yeah, stuff like that. Like I said, like they could enjoy play acting. Maybe they're in an amateur theater group. Maybe they are an actor, right? Or they could be doing, like I said, because I see this vibe that this person is doing something they love for a living. And with the 5th and the 10th, actually, they could literally be an artist, you know, someone who makes a living doing something creative. Aside from that, what do we have here? We have Jupiter. This is pretty interesting because, I mean, we did have some signs of Jupiter being around there. We had the Empress. When I saw the Empress twice, I was going to say this is Jupiter energy, but I decided to shut up about it because I was trying to explain how the Empress correlates to the moon energy. And it does through symbolism. But the number 3 on the Empress is ruled by Jupiter. You know, number 3 corresponds to Jupiter. So, and then we also had that number 9 coming through, which I said could correspond to the 9th house. And then we also had Jupiter itself coming through. So this person could also have a strong Jupiter. So Jupiter means they are benevolent. They have high ideals. It is also a reinforcement of the idea that they could be coming from a different background, right? Someone who maybe is well-traveled, well-educated as well. They could like classical music. That's another thing. And with I already went through all that. Yeah, so with Jupiter also, they like to continuously study. You know, they value education. They value information. So again, they could even be a teacher. That would definitely be explained through these placements. But it could also be that they themselves are constantly seeking to improve themselves, to study, right? Speaking of teaching and stuff, the 5th house, the 10th house, and the 2nd house could also show how you meet this person. So 5th house could show you could meet them through some kind of an academic environment, through university, right? 5th house refers to college degree up until master's degree. Some people say including master's degree, some people say without. But somewhere along those lines, you know, college, master's maybe. So you could meet this person while pursuing an education, right? You could also meet this person through any kind of creative activity. Like you go to a hobby course, like I said, amateur theater group, you could meet like that. You can meet this person while traveling for fun, right, on a holiday. You can meet this person through any activity involving kids. Yeah. I don't know, at a kindergarten or something. The 10th house, you can meet this person through work, your work or their work, or someone that you met through a professional setting will introduce to both of you. 10th house could also be that you meet through the father side of the family, or some relative from the father side of the family will introduce you. 2nd house can show that literally the family of origin, either your family of origin or their family of origin, somehow has a part to play in how you meet this person. I don't know, again, they either directly introduce you, or there could be a multitude of variations. I don't know. This person could be teaching a course, for instance, and someone in your family recommends their course. That's one other way that it can happen. And 2nd house can also be a restaurant. Yeah, restaurant, anything involving eating. So you could be eating the first time when you see this person, or I don't know, you can meet at a restaurant, something like that. Okay, just wanted to mention that. With Aquarius, this person, like I said, they could come across as aloof a little bit. So they could come across as friendly, but not really easily opening up to just anybody, right? So they can be friendly with a lot of people and they may look approachable, but they really keep people at arm's length, you know, unless they get to know a person. But with Aquarius, they don't have any qualms about, you know, ruffling feathers, for instance, in order to stay authentic to themselves. And they can be really original. They can be original, and in many ways they can be unconventional. They could be unconventional as a person in general, like have an unconventional life path, or they could be seen as an unconventional partner choice for you, some way, one way or another. Okay, moving on to the nakshatras. So Shravana, which is ruled by the moon, is connected to, again, creativity, imagination. Most importantly, it's connected to listening. So Shravana actually is symbolized by the ear, not the year, the ear. So it's connected to being very good at listening. So people who are good psychotherapists, people who are very good at observing are Shravanas, you know? So this makes a lot of sense because, like I said, this person has stayed quiet for a long time. Like, I see this person as a kid. I see this person kind of like sitting there quiet in a corner, listening to the adults arguing and just taking in information about what's going on, right? So kind of drawing parallels between, you know, different interactions and maybe how to mediate, you know, conflicts and stuff like that, right? So whatever the case is, Shravana really shows that strong listening ability. Rohini will definitely show that this person is above average attractive. Rohini tends to show people who are really good looking. In particular, people who have really nice eyes. A lot of famous people who have very beautiful eyes have placements in Rohini, like Aishwarya Rai, for instance, Angelina Jolie, Marilyn Monroe. I don't know, I can think of a lot of people, but again, I won't dwell too much because actually right now I'm not getting a lot of famous names, but I know I've looked at a lot of horoscopes and a lot of people that I've also known in real life with prominent Rohini placements tend to have very good looking, tend to be seen as very good looking in general, and especially their eyes. They tend to have very pretty eyes, like they can have a very unusual eye color or something like that really stands out. I think I mentioned this. I do remember this when I did a video on my astrology channel, which, by the way, I will be linking in the video description in case you want to check it out. I talked about Vivian Lee's horoscope and how it explained her physical appearance, and she had Saturn in the second house in Rohini. So the second house rules the face, and Saturn rules the bone structure. It also shows a very slim. It tends towards slimness, yeah. So like when Saturn is well placed and influences the appearance, it gives very good bone structure, like strong cheekbones. You know, also tends to give, in some ways, harsher features in the sense of like thin lips, pointy nose, stuff like that, right? But in her case, because Saturn was very well placed, it actually created a very attractive face. And of course, her most attractive feature were her eyes that were said to be a very unusual color because there are no very accurate pictures of her because, you know, she passed away a long time ago. So there were people who said that she was even more attractive in person than she looked on screen, precisely because she had eyes that apparently changed colors and they were mixed with a lot of different colors, basically. In closing the parenthesis, the bottom line is Rohini tends to show people with attractive features. Rohini can also make a person, however, on the one hand, it can make a person very creative. That's another one. So a lot of famous artists have placements in Rohini. But on the other hand, what it also shows is they like attention, all right? And they will not say that, of course, automatically, but they really like to get attention, to receive compliments, to feel admired, especially for their physical appearance, right? So even the men with Rohini placements, they will really appreciate getting compliments for their physical appearance. Yeah, they will not say that maybe, but they will really want to get attention. And I think I've mentioned this in other readings, like, although I don't think that this is the case with this person, considering the rest of the reading, but in general about Rohini, they actually can be the kind of people that will, will be tempted maybe to cheat because they're not getting enough compliments or attention from their partner, right? So as soon as someone else comes along and pays attention to them and gives them compliments, tells them how beautiful they are, they will sway in that direction, for the new person that makes them feel admired. Obviously, not always the case, and as usual, there are degrees of maturity and everyone has free will, so it doesn't automatically mean that everyone with placements in Rohini will be a cheater or something like that. But if you do have a partner with Rohini placements, it's a nice tip to consider, to pay them compliments every now and then. Uttara Bhadrapada, which falls in Pisces, ruled by Saturn. It's interesting with this one because it does show people who may have been brought up in a tough environment, not necessarily abusive, but maybe not having a lot of money, not privileged in some way, or like the opposite of privileged, maybe underprivileged in some ways. But it also tends to make people very lucky later on in life financially. And also it tends to make a person in many ways very humble, so you will see people with Uttara Bhadrapada who they can be very successful, they reach high levels of success, but they won't brag about it, or they might not even really be proud of themselves. They can have this very kind of strong undercurrent of humbleness about them. And it's also connected to things like yoga, meditation. It's connected to these deities in Vedic astrology called the Nagas, which are snake-like deities. These people can also be good at dancing. They could have a graceful way of moving. And they could also really like the sea. They could be drawn to the sea. Again, Uttara Bhadrapada, as far as I have seen, especially among, well, I was going to say especially among women, but I'm like, I caught myself and I'm remembering that Timothée Chalamet actually has moon in Uttara Bhadrapada, and hello, I mean, he's very good looking. But yeah, a lot of, again, it tends to produce good looking people as well. This is an nakshatra that produces good looking people as well. Especially having these kind of dreamy, romantic sort of physical traits. And it tends to also, again, draw attention to the eyes. Like, the eyes can be very attractive. But unlike Rohini, it's not so much that the eyes are physically, aesthetically stunning. It's more about the energy that they convey. They could have a very mysterious look in their eyes, Also, the eyes can be really wide set, especially in women, can be really wide set and have this kind of dreamy, romantic vibe about them. Aside from that, Purva Bhadrapada. This is an interesting combination of things, but it does make sense. Sorry, that's what I wanted to say. Does make sense. Purva Bhadrapada is a nakshatra that is actually very fierce in nature, very harsh. It is connected to black magic, actually. The deity that rules Purva Bhadrapada, Aja Kapad, is a deity connected to black magic. And it is a nakshatra that, well, is the only one pretty much out of the 27 nakshatras that has a connection to black magic. And it's not like everyone who has placements in this nakshatra is going to be, into Wicca or something, or conjuring or anything, although it would not be excluded that they actually were into things like I actually, I was gonna say something, but I caught myself because they might be listening to this. I'm gonna shut up. Never mind. Um, anyway, one thing that I can tell you, speaking of black magic and Purva Bhadrapada, is Aleister Crowley, the founder of Dilemma, which was kind of like a something that as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, but it is founded on ancient pagan principles. Basically, it was kind of like a revival of witchcraft. Basically, that's what Crowley did. It was something that of course gained traction because it was anti-organized religion, or like it preached something that was different than organized religion. So he had prominent, I think he had moon in Purva Bhadrapada as far as I remember. This is just one example, but in today's world many famous people have Purva Bhadrapada placement, and it tends to give people a very mysterious and at the same time sort of seductive look about them. It's like a dark sexy. That's kind of how I describe it most easily, right? It's sometimes it can get really dark, like in the sense that it could even create people who really push the boundaries of what is acceptable, right? I don't see this being the case with this person, to be honest, but I'm just throwing it out there. Just to give you one famous example, for instance, Grimes has Sun in Purva Bhadrapada. She also happens to have Moon in Uttara Bhadrapada, actually. So she's a very good example for this mix of energies that you have here. If you're interested in men, however, I cannot think of an example that it would be the equivalent of Grimes. One thing that I can say with Purva Bhadrapada is in men, especially because society doesn't punish them for being themselves, so they get away with a lot of stuff for much longer than women. It can create men who are quite destructive in some ways, who are, don't really care about the rules. They want to break the rules. Even worst case scenario, they could actually end up in illegal activities. And again, I don't see this the case. I don't really see this as being the case in your reading here. How I would say it plays out here in this person's makeup is the fact that, again, I see them having grown up through a really rough environment. So Purva Bhadrapada is very much like that. It's a very harsh environment. It's actually connected to, as a symbolism, it has multiple symbolisms. One of them is a funeral cot. It's connected to death. And like I said, spiritual woo-woo, occult stuff. Spirits, death, transformation, demons, black magic, etc. Then another symbol is a two-faced man, which actually speaks of this nakshatra having secret sides to their lives. Like they can have a side that they keep only to themselves. It doesn't always have to be something illegal or creepy, but they could have, they could be keeping sides hidden that nobody would know they have. And another symbolism yet is a pillar of fire, and it connects to the fact that basically this nakshatra, which has a fierce nature according to Vedic teachings, is meant to purify the soul, to rid people of the ego. So it tends to put people through really horribly painful experiences in life until they are somehow forced into pursuing spirituality, right? And I would say this is very true for your person here. I mean, considering everything else that I've seen, and especially the fact that they have both Purva Bhadrapada and Uttara Bhadrapada. The first one is ruled by Jupiter, the second one is ruled by Saturn. So again, I would see this person as like having started out in life as being very Purva Bhadrapada. And as they get older, they become Uttara Bhadrapada more and more, in the sense that they start out maybe, wanting to just do whatever they want, act on impulse, not care about consequences, right? That tends to be the unhealed side of Purva Bhadrapada. They don't think about consequences. They have a very strong desire for freedom, but they're willing to walk over dead bodies to get it, and they don't respect other people's freedoms, for instance, sometimes, worst case scenario, right? This is why Purva Bhadrapada oftentimes is connected to criminal gangs, criminal activities, blah, 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 right? But once they become Ultra Bhadrapada, see, Ultra Bhadrapada, on the other hand, is very humble, you know, and they are very careful not to hurt anyone. And they're not ego driven, you know, they're way softer, they're more empathic, they're more understanding, you know, and more patient, more calm, and more self-possessed, more in control of themselves, and more responsible, right? This is also, by the way, I said this, which Bhadrapada is connected to yoga and all forms of self-awareness, right? So your person could be interested in yoga. Like I said, they could be interested in things like the Silva method, you know, breathing techniques, things like that that are meant to calm the mind, you know, or anything that brings, like, bridges the mind and the body balance, creates mind-body balance, that kind of thing. Okay. Then we have Jieshta, which shows that this person most likely will achieve everything through their own efforts, even if they have had some advantages coming from their family of origin. Even if, let's say, they were born in a wealthy family, although I think it's unlikely with these placements. But even if they were born into a wealthy family, they take the family wealth even further, significantly further. So Jieshta, also known as the eldest most excellent, is seen as a nakshatra that really makes, as far as I've seen, you know, it really makes the highest number of self-made successful people. Some examples: Mozart, Donald Trump, both moon in, I know it's a weird couple, but just some examples that I can think about off the top of my head. Both of them having moon in Jieshta. I had to take a break because my camera ran out of battery, and it's literally the next day. So where was I? Yeah. Okay, I was talking about Jieshta, I remember that, and I'm not going to start all over again. I know I did cover Jieshta to a large extent. Then we have Anuradha, which would be workaholism, basically. Also a tendency to be romantic in a way that is very hidden. So with Anuradhas, you tend to not see it on their faces. They tend to sometimes even have issues expressing their emotions, really, but they're very romantic and loyal as well when they actually fall in love. Now, of course, the difficult part is to get them to really fall in love, but this is your future spouse, so I'm sure there won't be a problem. Mrigashira, this one is interesting because it would show a person who attracts animals, like they probably like animals. They like nature, most likely. Animals can also be drawn to them. They might actually particularly like forests. So yeah, maybe hiking, spending time in nature. They also have a natural tendency, a natural ability for critical thinking, for investigative ability. So a natural talent for research in many ways. They could be the kind of person that has very, very good insights, right? They have a sharp sense of observation, and they tend to be really logical as well. They might have a talent for debates, for instance, right? So they're good at, you know, being sharp, basically. That's one word for it. Pushya makes a person very nurturing. It can also make a person good at healthcare as well. So this is an extra for the healthcare department. But it's also not just healthcare, like it makes people nurturing, it makes people want to be of service. So Pushya oftentimes is shown in the horoscopes of people who work with underprivileged classes, for instance, or they get involved in charities, or, you know, they just want to help people, right? They want to be of service. For instance, social workers, therapists, a lot of them have prominent Pushya. Another thing with Pushya is that it is seen as very feminine. Well, it does fall in Cancer, even though it's ruled by Saturn, which maybe is not the most romantic planet. a lot of Pushas tend to look very feminine, and they tend to be very attractive, especially if they are women. A lot of famous, again, women who are or have been seen as sex symbols, right? Have prominent Pushya, like Kylie Minogue, like Angelina Jolie even has ascended to Pushya. And Pamela Anderson also has, I don't remember exactly, but I think it's her moon. I do remember I looked at her horoscope one time and I remember seeing Pushya somewhere. But yeah, and you tend to see these characteristics of, you know, a lot of like full lips, you know, as a woman, again, you tend to see, you know, a full chest area with them. And a lot of just traditionally attractive, you know, feminine features, really. And also they tend to have good bone structure because it's ruled by Saturn, and Saturn is the bones, right? So you often see Pushyas having high cheekbones. When it comes to men, one example that I can give you is Peter O'Toole. That's the one I remember having. I think he had both Sun and Moon in Pushya Nakshatra. I'm sure that if you look into a lot of horoscopes, you will definitely find contemporary famous men who have Pushya, but this is one example that I can remember off the top of my head. So he was very Pushya, if you want an example. And I've actually seen this quite a bit with men who have Pushya energy prominent in their horoscope. They tend to have that long, oval, but towards like somewhere between oval and elongated face shape. And they also have, you know, those high cheekbones and usually a sharp nose. And full lips tend to be quite common with Pushyas, irrespective of their gender as well. Okay, yeah, this is pretty much everything when it comes to the astrological notes. Let me get the physical characteristics part now. All right, so I do want to mention before I extract the notes here that, of course, bear in mind that this is a general reading, so a lot of people are going to be watching it. Obviously, not everyone is going to marry the same person who looks the exact same way, so I mostly am going to take these notes for fun, for general vibes around, so that you can get a vibe, an energy around how this person might look, but take it with a grain of salt, of course, and just have fun with it, basically. If, of course, you see, let's say, 3, 4, or more qualities of a person that you have on your mind, it could definitely be a strong confirmation that it is that person on your mind. All right. Spirit, tell me about pile number 3. Who is their future spouse? All right. Spirit, tell me about pile number 3. Who is their future spouse? All right. Let's see, quite a few. Tattoo, all right. Straight hair. Strong nose. Large eyes. Square face. Blue or gray eyes. Hooded eyes, that's very Scorpio. Aquiline nose, that's also very Scorpio. Glasses, so they could be wearing glasses. Bohemian style or vibes. Extroverted. Deep voice. Medium lips. Hazel eyes. Rounded face. Rounded face is actually very moon dominant. Strong nose came out twice, so this person's nose is definitely going to be prominent for a lot of you. Light tan skin. Relaxed. Black eyes. Round eyes, okay. Eyes are all across the board. Curly or wavy hair. So round eyes and round face actually sounds like moon energy. Light to medium blonde. Also, I should have mentioned, but of course, it depends on your racial background and everything, but the moon coming through so prominently, it will tend towards a lighter complexion. So, but it will be taken you know, relatively to what the general level of complexion is of their background, right? Medium build. So maybe they're among the lightest in their family is what I'm trying to say. Fair skin again, so see what I'm talking about? That's a lot of the moon energy. Almond shaped eyes, brown eyes, medium tan skin, came out twice, I think. Intense gaze, that's very Scorpio. Rounded face again, so that's moon, the moon energy. Light tan skin again. Glasses again, so a strong one for glasses. And tattoo came out twice, so glasses, tattoo came out twice. Okay, so this is pretty much it. I hope you have enjoyed this very long reading, and also please give yourself a pat on the back if you have made it all the way to the end. Thank you so much for listening, of course, and feel free to comment in the comment section. Feel free to share how this resonates, how it doesn't resonate, as long as you keep it polite. Also, of course, feel free to come back to this reading at some point in the future and mention whether you found someone that, you know, seems to be described by this reading. Aside from that, of course, if you have enjoyed this reading or any others on my channel, don't forget to subscribe. It's the easiest way to support me, and it is free. Also, consider clicking on the notifications bell to see when I will upload a new tarot reading. And aside from that, if you're interested in a private tarot reading, check out the video description. I will leave my email address there. You can email me, for a pricing list and reading options. I've also mentioned this, and I will keep mentioning it because a lot of people have asked me if I could make a video or a public post where I can explain my pricing options and all that. I've said that I don't feel comfortable doing that just yet. Maybe at some point I will have my own website and then I will make it public. But for now, basically, this is the way that you can find out the reading options. What I can promise you is that I don't spam people or anything. So if you send me an email, I'm just going to send the information that you ask for. Aside from that, of course, I have left a link underneath in my video description to reviews that I have gotten for private readings before. So you can go ahead and check them out. It might help you decide if you want to get a reading from me. And of course, if you would like to support my channel further, I'm actually in the process of opening a membership, a more complex membership section. So keep that, you know, you can check that because I hope it will be updated within a few days tops. I plan on starting a membership only section. And you can find the description for that there. I might even post a community post where I go in depth with what each membership section entails. Basically, it's going to be like approximately one extra video per month per membership tier, and there will be 4 tiers in total. The 4th one is going to have like 5 extra videos per month. The other ones are going to have like, first tier is going to be 1 video per month, second is 2 videos per month, third is going to be 3 videos per month. But anyway, just keep checking my channel. Also click on the join button because it will be updated soon. Aside from that, aside from the membership option, if you're interested, you could of course support me by sharing this video with as many people as possible. If you know that they're into tarot, it would help a lot. I would appreciate it. And of course, if you would like to leave a tip through the $ under any of my videos, I would greatly appreciate that. So yeah, aside from that, if you are interested in astrology, I have an astrology channel, which I actually started in 2016. So next year, it will be 10 years since I've had my channel. And I focus mainly on Vedic astrology. That is my preferred system. I have been into Vedic astrology for more than 10 years now. I have been into astrology in general for over 20 years. So I started out with tropical mainly, and then I moved into Vedic because I found that to be most accurate. So I mainly focus on using the sidereal zodiac together with the whole sign house system, just like traditional Vedic systems use. And yeah, I also use my insights from other astrological systems like Batsa, Ziwei Doshu, which are Chinese systems, or numerology, the Mayan zodiac, and a bunch of other more metaphysical study topics that, well, I wouldn't get into. Not witchcraft, I will tell you that, but stuff that is kind of like secret and hush-hush. So anyway, I mainly focus, like over 95% of my content on my astrology channel is Vedic astrology oriented, but I use some insights from tropical as well. So if you're curious, go ahead and check the video description. My astrology channel is called Astro Martine. If you're interested in astrology, go ahead and check it out. Maybe subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope to see you at my next tarot reading. Bye. So welcome, pile number 4. This is your reading if you have chosen this aragonite crystal and or this Weaving Flowers Oracle card with the number 33, for which I will be reading the description once I get to the Oracle cards, after I select the tarot cards. So this is going to be the card selection phase. I'm going to add timestamps so you can skip directly to the interpretation if you don't want to sit through this. Let's see. Spirit, tell me about pile number 4, the people who chose the aragonite crystal. Who is their future spouse? That's interesting, but 2 of them came out, so I'm going to keep it like that. Tell me, Spirit. We have King of Swords. We have Temperance and Tower together. We have 6 of Swords, Death, 10 of Wands, Star. All right. Spirit, tell me about pile number 4. Who is their future spouse? Wow. All right. So we have the Magician. We have the Magician. Hold on, let me fix the camera. So we have the Magician, the 5 of Pentacles, the Hierophant, the 7 of Pentacles, the Devil, and the 9 of Cups. A lot of good cards, but also some intense cards over here. Let me get some Oracle stuff. Spirit, tell me about pile number 4. Who is their future spouse? Spirit, tell me about pile number 4. Who is their future spouse? Okay. Let's see. We have Intention. Okay, so this is already kind of it's going hand in hand with the Temperance that came out. In this card, you don't really see it that well, but in the traditional Rider-Waite, it actually looks a lot like this Intention card, this woman carrying water, like the water bearer. Then we have Peacock Prosperity, number 39. All right. 39 is 3 plus 9. It's a 12, boils down to 3. In numerology, that's ruled by Jupiter, so that makes sense. Prosperity, all right. Now, let me read the description. We also have 33 here. A lot of number 3s, I guess. All right, let me read the description from the booklet for 33. Creator, art of the universe, integration. Here we see a woman gathering the delicate petals of blossoms and making them into flowers. It seems like she is weaving them together, bringing a greater whole into being. She is calm and concentrated on her work. This woman is a creator. She draws from the petals falling from the sky and growing from the earth. Inspiration is all around. Gather it up to create a new whole. Oh, okay. Art of the universe. So this person is very creative right off the bat, which makes sense. I mean, again, there is kind of a correlation here between the Magician, right, which is like, and also the King of Swords and the Magician underneath. It's giving me the same vibe, which is King of My Castle sort of vibe. This person is someone who is very much in control of their destiny. You know, they're in the process of creating the world that they want to live in, right? Doesn't necessarily mean that they're someone who has like power in a social sense or something, but when it comes to their own lives, they are very much in control of their own destiny. There's, I guess, if you want to get into the woo-woo description or like the new age description, they are definitely someone who is a powerful manifester. All right. Then we have, well, aside from that, let me just say beside this, at this time, so when you come across this reading, right, this person is very much in that King of Swords magician energy. So they are very rational. They're strategic. They are plotting every move. You know, they're planning every next move, and they're very, like I said, very in control. So they're in this very rational creator sort of vibe, right? Now with the Temperance and the Tower, and then the Five of Pentacles underneath. Hold on, I'm gonna get clarifications already. Spirit, please clarify the Temperance for me. Ten of Pentacles makes sense. Please clarify the Tower. Page of Cups. All right. So what I'm seeing here is this person is blending two seemingly dichotomous things. So a vibe that I'm getting from this person is they could be self-employed, and they could be working in some kind of a line of work that is unconventional somehow. It can be unconventional, and or they could be doing like multiple things at the same time. So like maybe they have, just to give you an example, with Temperance, they could be blending something that is unusual. Like, what example could I give? Let me see. Let's say that there's someone who has both a medical and an engineering field, right? And they're working in creating, you know, bionic, or what are they called? Like mechanical, automated body parts, like fake arms or something. That's an example, right? That I could see this person doing something like that. Or it's basically not mainstream. I see them doing something very original, very creative. And with that Tower happening, they're in a process of change. And I think they're also someone in a perpetual state of change, right? So there's someone who could have gone through a lot of ups and downs in life, and they've had to adapt quickly. They could also be doing something they love for a living. So some kind of a vision, something that is a passion that they invest in, right? So they have a very specific thing that they want to create in the world. Let me clarify the Five of Pentacles as well. Spirit, please clarify it. Six of Cups. Please clarify the Six of Cups. Six of Wands. Whoa. So another thing that I can say is that this person has a lot of Venus energy. What I see is that also this person is very motivated by making the most of some opportunities. Not some opportunities, but every opportunity is at their disposal. This may sound very cheesy, but I see this person pursuing their childhood dreams. That's what I'm getting here. I'm very curious. If you have someone on your mind, please let me know how it resonates. And also, this person is very, very driven. They are very driven to be successful. And they have a tendency, they have this type of personality where they never really rest on their laurels. Like, no matter how much they achieve, they always want to go further. Gosh, are you going to marry Elon Musk? I don't know. I don't know. Or Jennifer Lopez. I mean, I don't know. I know that sounds like a weird pairing, but I would say that Jennifer Lopez has a comparable level of ambition, even though in a different sense. But yeah, this is what I'm seeing here about their personality. Oh, Six of Swords and the Hierophant. This person had very strong Venus energy because the number 6 is coming through. so strongly. We have, where was it? The Devil is also a number 15 that boils down to a 6. Then we have, no, this is a 12. We also have Jupiter. We have Jupiter and Venus. This person is definitely on their path to becoming wealthy. I don't know if they're wealthy at this moment, but I do see them becoming very wealthy. And very likely they will achieve wealth mostly through their own efforts, not because of some privilege. Six of Swords in the high. I'm going to clarify the six. Please clarify the Six of Swords, Spirit. Please clarify the Six of Swords for me. Queen of Swords. Please clarify the Hierophant. Both of these? Yeah. Wow. Oh my gosh. The Hierophant clarified by the Hierophant. Thank you, Spirit. Also, the Lovers came through as well. So the Lovers and the Hierophant. Oh my gosh. Y'all are not going to like this. Again, don't shoot the messenger, but I'm seeing 2 potential, and the Sun is at the bottom. Okay, that's nice. Nice for them. But what I'm seeing here, all right, don't shoot the messenger. Like I said, I read the cards. I don't, this is not necessarily a feel-good channel or something. But what I'm seeing here is this could be a person that is either married at the time when you meet them, or they are someone who, it could be, all right, not for all of you, definitely. It's one potential interpretation. Or if they're not married, they have some kind of constraints that prevent them from pursuing you romantically that have to do with their traditions. Their traditions, either traditions or social pressures. So I don't know, maybe some of you are going to marry Elon Musk. I don't know. I mean, it's possible the guy is going to keep marrying because, like, he's been on a roll so far. I'm just kidding. Well, actually, no, I'm not kidding. Who knows? But seriously, no, I am seeing some potential constraints in general, though, all right, irrespective of the situation with respect to this connection. Obviously, eventually, they're going to marry you because this is a future spouse reading. But irrespective of relationships, in general, something that holds this person back in life could be a hyper focus on, first of all, rationality. So they are not someone who's intuitive. I don't see a lot of intuition here, not so far. I don't know what's going to come, later when I pull the astrological notes. But so far, I don't see a lot of intuition with this person. I see a very driven, a very materially driven person. Like I said, a lot of Venus, Jupiter. I wouldn't be surprised if I saw some Rahu going on in this person's horoscope. Again, whenever I get the King and the Queen of Swords, like I just got in this reading, I always think Aquarius. And Aquarius is co-ruled by Rahu in Vedic astrology. Or the North Node of the Moon, however you want to call it. It's Rahu in Vedic. So someone who's very materialistic, very rational, very left-brained, very focused on just getting things done exactly the way that they wanted. So this attitude, even though it is a great strength for them, it's also potentially something that gets in their way, because sometimes they could be stuck in analysis paralysis. Sometimes they could be too undiplomatic, for instance, right? They could rub people the wrong way, even creating unnecessary conflicts maybe. Another thing is that this person just doesn't like to take chances. This is what I see. So they can also pay a lot of attention to tradition, like I said. Maybe more than they realize, like they want social validation, or perhaps they come from a background, a family background that is very traditional. Could be religious, or just, somehow they're subjected to some kind of traditions that they, struggle to keep up with, struggle to appease, I guess. What's the word, right? They want to meet those traditions, but at the same time, they want to stay true to themselves. So that could be holding them back. The Lovers, though, the thing with the Lovers, because it's so cool that you have the Hierophant and then clarified by the Hierophant and the Lovers. So what I would say is this person might be someone who sacrifices love for the sake of tradition. Either that, or it could be, well, it could be both things at the same time. They could be someone who has a love of tradition, and therefore they, you know, will first and foremost consider what is the right thing to do according to my tradition or according to social norms and validation and all that. Then we have the Death and the Seven of Pentacles. Again, I'm going to pull clarifications. Please clarify the Death card, Spirit. Knight of Wands. Please clarify the Seven of Pentacles. Ten of Swords. Wow. So in the past, please clarify the Ten of Swords. Eight of Cups. So in the past, I see that this person has had it pretty rough, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if this is some kind of a rags to riches sort of individual. I'm seeing potential, not just hardships emotionally, but materially as well. Please clarify the Knight of Wands as well. Seven of Cups. There's a lot of sevens coming through as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if this person had a significant Ketu as well, or the south node of the moon. So this person could be someone who has felt alone, isolated for long periods of time. And they've also they've worked very hard. I see someone who has worked hard for potentially their whole lives, like their entire lives up until this point. They've had to work and struggle maybe, and were driven by their passion, by their vision. I also see that at some point they, maybe multiple points actually, they may have gone through burnouts. They may have gone through, yeah, burnouts basically. Like they have just worked themselves to the bone. I'm really getting the vibe that this person is self-employed. What I would say here is this person was tired of working for other people, being exploited, and eventually got to the point where they were like, screw it, I'm going to take my chances and I'm going to do my own thing. That would really make sense, would explain everything here with the Temperance showing up as an energy and all those other cards that I mentioned, the Magician, the weaving flowers thing. There's so much Venus energy about this person. There's so many sixes, but also all those other influences that I mentioned. But yeah, I'm really getting this, like, this person has had to work. I don't see, here's the thing. I think they are someone who also has a vision and there's something that they're passionate about. But I think they've also had no choice for long periods of time. Like, they have had to work very hard because, you know, they needed to survive. They needed to make ends meet. And I think a lot of times they ended up feeling exploited and frustrated. And I see that they have put their faith into working hard as a way to escape hardships, right? To, you know, it's like they kept working and working and working, hoping that the harder they try, eventually they're gonna, you know, see the light, basically. Like, eventually they're gonna reach a point where they feel like they have made it, you know, like they no longer have anxiety about money, and they never really reached that point. So I feel a lot of frustration from the part of this person, actually. And instead of that, what they chose to do was to take other opportunities. So they stopped doing that. They stopped trying to, you know, appease others, I think. That also makes sense with the Hierophant coming through here twice. Like, this person could be the typical type that did everything right, you know, like they maybe did well in school and they worked hard, they went through college, they got a job, and then ended up feeling very exploited, you know, maybe didn't make enough money, or maybe they never were able to find a job that paid well enough, right? So eventually they got to that point where they're like, screw it, and just decided to find their own or create their own opportunities. Yeah, and it was like this big transformation in their lives where they decided to just pursue their passions instead. And then there's a lot of number 10s coming through as well, and I can see that as the 10th house as connected to Capricorn and Saturn energy, but could also be 10 boiling down to a number 1, which means, because we have the number 1 here as well, which means sun energy as well. But again, I'm gonna get more astrological notes later. So the 10 of Wands and the Devil underneath, I need to clarify this. Please clarify the Devil. The World. Please clarify the World. Queen of Cups. Please clarify the 10 of Wands, Spirit. 6 of Swords. This came out twice already. 6 of Swords. Yeah, here it is. Wait, can you see it here? Yeah. Please clarify the 6 of Swords as well. 2 of Swords. Oh, that makes sense. So what I see in the future, is this person making it, again, I'm definitely getting a very strong message that this person has had to hustle, you know, they've had to work very hard, you know, and they're continuing to work hard, okay? And I see success after a lot of work, a lot of trials and tribulations, right? So in the future, they're gonna make it, but it's gonna come after a lot of effort, right? So without any help. I see this person like literally carrying the weight of the world on their shoulders. Not literally, but you know what I mean, figuratively. So this is like a person who has struggled alone in the jungle for like God knows how many years, but they are gonna make it. This is what the cards are saying. So I see success coming after a long while and a lot of work. And we have Queen of Cups, we have the World, we have the Devil. I also see this person traveling in the future. I see them, I mean, I did mention that this person could, no, I didn't mention it, but whenever I get the Temperance, the Temperance does tend to suggest that a person comes from like a mixed ethnic background sometimes. So I'm going to see what else is going to come through, you know, the astrological notes. But I do see this person tempted to travel a lot. There's a lot of like a desire for exploration and expansion and seeing things, you know, and like wanting to expand their worldview with all that Jupiter energy. I see a strong temptation for them to, you know, want to wander around. And I think, again, my interpretation is based on what the cards have said so far, is that this person will spend like most likely a significant part of their lives, maybe even their first half of life, working very hard, and then finally once they make enough money, they will want to see the world, they will want to travel. Yeah. And I see like I see this person like, do you know what the vibe that I'm getting here is? If you've ever seen the Shawshank Redemption, this is like Andy Dufresne, I swear. I don't know, in some ways, okay, not 100%. I don't think that they're gonna be escaping from prison, but you know that scene at the end where he crawls through the sewer and finally gets out on the other side, and you know, is like in the rain, like looking at the sky, like I finally made it, blah blah blah. So this is the vibe that I'm getting, like this person has struggled and struggled and struggled and struggled, and finally they will see the light eventually after a long time, after a long amount, after a lot of effort that he will have to put in, he or she or anyone in between. And look at this, the ultimate outcome. This person is bound to become very successful, even famous for some of you, because we have the Star and we have the Nine of Cups underneath. And we also have this Peacock with prosperity. So they are bound to become majorly successful. Maybe, like I said, maybe even famous. So it could be, of course, when I say famous, it's a relative term. It's not like everyone is going to become a world celebrity, but they will become recognized, right? They will be recognized for their work. They will get respect for their work, I think, most likely. And I also see a lot of happiness with this person, you know? So, like, after a long struggle, there is a lot of happiness. There's a lot of prosperity overall. So not just wealth materially, but everything, the full package. And obviously, you being the future spouse, you're going to be part of that package. All right, so this is what I see from the cards. Let me check the Astro notes. Astro cards. Fair, tell me about pile number 4. Who is their future spouse? Okay, should I pull another one? I'm kind of getting the vibe that I should pull another one. This? Yeah, this, apparently. So, we have sextile, chance and opportunity. We have 11th house, community and technology. We have the sun, not surprising. We have square, challenge and disharmony. We have Chiron, inner healing. And we have Uranus, change and new beginning. So this is the Aquarius energy, because Uranus is the ruler of Aquarius in tropical astrology. So we have sextile, all right? Chance and opportunity, to me, again, this symbolizes that 7 of Cups that I've seen in this reading. So, like I said, this person is someone who becomes very good at making the most of every opportunity they can get. So they become someone who's very resourceful. I'm getting like Bear Grylls vibe, you know, like they could throw this person in the middle of the woods and they will figure out a way to make it with what they have at their disposal. Also, I was going to say this, and I'm going to say it before I forget, with the peacock, right? As soon as I saw the peacock, I was thinking Kritika Nakshatra, because Kritika Nakshatra is actually symbolized by the peacock, or it's connected to the peacock as a bird. And on top of that, we have a further confirmation with the sun coming through, and also all those number 1s that were coming through, like I said. So potentially this person might have placements in Kritika, or they could just have placements in Leo, or the other 2 sun ruled nakshatras, Uttara Falguni or Uttara Shadha. They could also have a prominently placed sun, you know, sun in the 1st house, sun in the 10th house, sun conjunct a lot of planets. Yeah. So with the sun coming through prominently, this person is extremely creative, that's for sure. This is mainly how I would read it in this case, even though the sun means a lot of potential other things. The main thing that I'm getting with this person is very creative, right? They're very creative. They're very resourceful. Like I said, most likely they're doing something original. I see that with Uranus coming through as well. So this is not a conventional person. I feel like most people would look at them eventually, maybe not at this moment when you're coming through across this reading, although I think they're becoming that already. But by, you know, let's say midlife or so, people will look at this person and think they have not had a traditional trajectory or something, you know, like there's something very unusual about their life path. And for some reason, I thought Life of Pi. Well, I don't know. Hopefully they were not lost at sea. 11th house, okay. Well, let me finish. I'm jumping around from one thing to another. But with the sun, it also shows a person who has a lot of those like sun dominant, typically, I guess, what would be viewed as traditionally masculine qualities, right? So they have a leadership ability. They have a backbone, most likely. So as long as the sun is healthy in a person's horoscope, they have integrity. They have, you know, they have, like I said, they're loyal to a vision. They tend to be protective of people and things that they care about, right? And they probably have natural teaching abilities as well. And their purpose could be somehow really to lead people, whether directly or to lead by example, especially with the 11th house showing up as well. Because the 11th house, again, there is a lot of Aquarian energy here. So, shit, Bill Gates. Not Bill Gates, sorry. Oh my God. Steve Jobs. I'm getting Steve Jobs vibe. So, he had Sun in Aquarius, Ascendant in Leo. And he had Sun in the 7th house, right? So, the Sun was really important in his horoscope, but he also had that Aquarius. So, someone like that who's like, you know, follows their own path without looking around. 11th house, right? So they again could be talking to a large audience. They could be addressing a large audience at some point in their lives. Maybe not at the moment when you come across this reading, like I said, but I see this person 100% becoming successful, you know, by midlife or so. They could be someone who becomes very well known, having, you know, like, for instance, someone on social media who has a large following. They could have a presence on social media, definitely, with all this Aquarian energy. And the Sun also, to some extent, shows a degree of recognition, I guess, like people recognizing them and getting a certain amount of attention, being somehow center stage, you know, where people look at them. And 11th house can also show that you and this person could start out as friends, could be. It could also be that you could meet through your circle of friends and acquaintances, or you could meet in any situation where there is a large audience involved. So at a speech, at a rally, at a concert, etc., right? So 11th house is anything where there's a large audience, a large gathering. Or again, you could be meeting through your group of friends and acquaintances or their group of friends and acquaintances. You could also be meeting through one of your elder siblings. So if you have elder siblings, or if they have elder siblings, the elder sibling could have played a part in introducing you. And with the challenge and disharmony, I think that this person is not averse to conflict. I will say that. I don't think that they love conflict, but they don't shy away from it. Like, they're the kind of person that does not really waste too much time on, you know, managing people's feelings or being diplomatic or any of that, right? So I see them as very kind of take it or leave it sort of a vibe. Even though I think they also have good amounts of social skills and they can definitely be charismatic, but ultimately they're very uncompromising. With Chiron and inner healing, well, that might make sense with the rest of the cards that came through, but I would also potentially see this as a sign that the person has placements in Satabhishak Nakshatra, or it could be that Chiron is somehow prominently placed in their horoscopes. Although personally, since I have focused mostly on Vedic astrology for the past 10 years, I don't pay much attention to Chiron, but see how it resonates. So Satabhishak Nakshatra is a nakshatra that is similar to Chiron in energy, in the sense that it connects to the wounded healer archetype, right? So it speaks of people who go through a lot of suffering, and because they suffer, they learn a lot about what causes their suffering. So the most common examples are actually connected to medical cases, right? Whether it's mental illness, physical illness. That's why Satabhishak actually has a strong connection to the medical field. So they could be someone who, because they have suffered a lot, they gain a lot of wisdom. They learn what has caused their suffering, how to avoid it. They might guide others, for instance, through different problems. And yeah, Uranus, last but not least, I said, is connected to that Aquarian energy. You know, I mean, right from the beginning, we had strong Aquarian energy with this water bearer, intention card. Yeah, a lot of Aquarius energy with this person. Very unconventional person. And again, with all this Uranus energy, there can be, like with the Tower as well, this person probably has gone through a lot of ups and downs. Like I said, a lot of ups and downs, and they're used to this pretty chaotic environment. Like, they can thrive in a chaotic environment. Like I said, I'm getting that Bear Grylls vibe where, you know, someone can just land on their feet in all kinds of situations, you know, that you wouldn't even expect them to be able to handle. Very resourceful, very creative. And also that they themselves can be a catalyst for change, you know. They could be, in some ways, revolutionary, maybe. Obviously, not everyone is going to be Elon Musk with this. But in minor ways, you know, all kinds of ways, the person could be very original, maybe even, you know, start something totally new. Yeah, new beginnings and change. And they embrace change, definitely, because of that death card and everything. Like, maybe they didn't from the beginning, because Aquarius is a very fixed energy, so it actually does not respond well to change at first, but maybe because of things they've had to go through in life, they have learned that change has to be embraced. This is what I'm getting. All right, let me see the Astro dice. Spirit, tell me about pile number 4. Who is their future spouse? Oh my God, look at this. Look at this. We have the sun again. And oh my God, we have Aquarius. I cannot make this up. And we have the number 10 again, which again makes me think of 10th house, the career house, and could also be the sun, because 1 plus 0 is a 1. That's the number ruled by the sun in numerology. So I don't have to explain any of this. This is just basically further emphasizing everything I said before. This person has a strong sun energy. The 10th house can be very important. See, the 10th house coming through shows that, well, again, it's a strong confirmation. This person is very career driven, and also they're very likely to have a high social status, or at least reach a very high social status. Maybe they don't have it at this moment when you are watching this reading, but they are definitely getting there with these cards. Okay, let me get some more astro notes. Spirit, tell me about pile number 4. Who is their future spouse? Spirit. Who is pile number 4? Future spouse. Okay. Let's see. We have Pisces. That's cute. We have Scorpio. All right, that's cute. With the, oh, we have Venus. That's very strong confirmation. So with Scorpio makes sense with the devil and the death card. I didn't say it, but I thought it kind of. Libra, more Venus, makes sense. Virgo, all right. Sagittarius, that's the Jupiter energy that I was picking up on. We have Vishaka, not surprising, falls in Scorpio, ruled by Jupiter. So more Jupiter. Punarvasu falls in Gemini and Cancer, ruled by Jupiter. That's more Jupiter. We have Mrigashira, falls in Taurus and Gemini, ruled by Mars. And we have Swati, not surprising, falls in Libra, ruled by Rahu. So we have some Rahu going on. Also, we have some Ketu going on. Ashwini falls in Aries and ruled by Ketu. We have Magha, more Ketu, falling in Leo, ruled by Ketu. Okay. We have Ashlesha falling in Cancer, ruled by Mercury. We have, oh, very strong confirmation. Satyabhishak falling in Aquarius, ruled by Rahu. We have Jyeshta, very strong confirmation of what I said as well. I was expecting this one to come out. Falling in Scorpio, ruled by Mercury. So, let me break it down. For those of you who think that maybe I have pulled too many cards, bear in mind that there are 27 of these. So, there are 27 nakshatras. Yeah, so it's not a lot, especially considering that this is a general reading, so it's going to be for a lot of people. Obviously, not all of these could be applying to each and every one of you, but there will be like a combination of a lot of these energies, right? One thing, or maybe they could apply to each and every one of you. Please let me know in the comment section. Of course, keep me posted over the following months or years or however long you are going to take until you get married. Take as long as you want. So another thing that I wanted to say that I didn't cover in the tarot cards is with the Pisces energy. So this person has a kind of emotional innocence about them as well. So I think there's someone who deep down has a pretty pure heart. Like they just want to do good things. And they're also just very creative. They can be creative and very dreamy. And like dreamy in the sense that, you know, they daydream, or not daydreaming, to be honest, not that much. Maybe not, or maybe they did when they were younger, not so much now. But like I said, with that Six of Cups, I think this person has never really lost track of what their childhood dreams were. You know, that's how I see that Pisces energy, as in they don't get too influenced by the noise in the world. You know, maybe they're even someone who might be into, you know, meditation and yoga and stuff like that. With the Pisces energy, it could be a thing. Also with Virgo, there's like this dichotomous energy, right? So because Pisces and Virgo are opposites, and you saw it previously with the Sun and Aquarius, because the Sun rules Leo, which is the opposite of Aquarius. So there's this mix, like this makes sense with the Temperance card, because the Temperance shows a mixing of dichotomous energies, right? A mixing of paradoxical traits. So I think this person on the one hand can come across even as whimsical in some ways to other people. Like other people will look at them and think that they're kind of like nuts, you know? Maybe this is someone who comes across as absent-minded and like not too serious, and then people are surprised by their determination and their intensity in some ways, right? And that is the dichotomy, right, between being strong in Pisces and Leo on the one hand, and strong in Aquarius and Virgo. So they have the capacity to be very rational, very detail-oriented, very logical, strategic even, but at the same time have like a broader view, a broad vision, strong emotions, right? They have ideals. So yeah, they're able to kind of go back and forth between being detail oriented and seeing the big picture. All of the characteristics of someone who would be a good entrepreneur, or just anyone who wants to create things on a large scale, or just anyone who has the capacity to turn their visions into reality, really. With Venus, like I said, Venus is very, how should I put it? Well, it's a confirmation of everything that I said. First and foremost, it is very wealth oriented, so that makes sense with the prosperity here, with the peacock that came through the card here. And also, like I said, all of those number 6s that show the heavy Venus energy. So 100% this person is bound to become wealthy. It also shows with the Venus that most likely they are charming, they are capable of being socially charming, most likely they are above average attractive, and they also enjoy the finer things in life. So they have no problems enjoying a nice meal, enjoying art, you know, so they like beautiful things, they like to feel good, they like comfort as well. As much as I also see a tendency to, well, not a tendency, but they have the capacity to survive uncomfortable situations as well. And they could also be very artistically talented, I have to say, with all these combinations. Scorpio shows an intensity, makes sense with the Death card. It makes sense with the Devil card as well. So they could have a pretty strong intensity. They could have this you know, having the blinkers on sort of energy. They will latch on to a goal and stick to it until they have achieved it. And they're very passionate as well with the Venus and the Scorpio and the Pisces. They're a blend of passion and romanticism. Sagittarius, that's a strong confirmation of the Jupiterian energy. So I feel that truly that this person loves to travel. They want to travel, but maybe they have not traveled that much because, like I said, they maybe haven't had the means, or it could have been that they didn't even have the time to travel. You know, like if this is someone who has had to focus on building their own business, right? It makes sense that you don't really have much time for fun if you have to work really hard. But there is a strong desire to explore the world, you know, to learn more about the world. And they have a broad view of things. Like I said, they have the capacity to see things from a broad view. And they're very idealistic. Like I said, I think they have their heart in the right place. Magha Nakshatra is a very strong confirmation of what I said with the star and the Nine of Cups. I really think that for some of you, this person actually could be famous. Like I said, famous at least to some degree, not like, I don't know, global fame, but a certain degree of fame, right? Magha, together with Danishta, are like the two nakshatras in Vedic astrology out of the 27 that are most connected to fame. So whenever you see people with Magha placements, they tend to be very, well, not very, but they tend to be famous. Yeah, I mean, even if you look at, especially people who shot to fame, you know, surprisingly when they least expected, even like people who become famous randomly because, I don't know, they become viral or something, a lot of them have Magha placements, especially positive planets sitting in Magha. Of course, if they have negative placements, it could be that they become infamous, but that's a totally different thing. By the way, I have videos on my astrology channel, Astro Martine, which I will be linking in the video description, where I talk about fame and infamy and all that stuff and how to see configurations connected to it in the horoscope if you're curious to find out more about it. But this person could be famous, all right? That's the short of it. So also with Magha, they, irrespective of their background, so irrespective of how, let's say, wealthy or what kind of a pedigree they have, they're someone who's pretty proud of their origins. Like, they're someone who is connected to their ancestral lineage, right? And they tend to put things into perspective with respect to what are they bringing to the ancestral lineage. You know, there's a kind of like this, at least a respect, a reverence towards ancestors, right? And a sense of like pride in who they are and their background, right? Even if they're not someone who comes from a noble family or like, you know, even if they're not famous or like they don't come from a famous family or a wealthy family, they will care a lot about, you know, honoring in a way their ancestors, their parents and their grandparents and all that. So they like to think of themselves as a chink and not a chink, just, you know, part of a long chain of people, right? And they think about how they can contribute to that. And they might actually be curious about things like genetics, genealogy, stuff like that, interested in, you know, the history of bloodlines. They might be interested in family histories in general, right? Maybe they like to read books about that. Maybe they're curious about their own family history. And also with Magha, they can be pretty physically active. They like to take care of their physical body. They may have a strong desire, not desire, but a strong need for a physical outlet to blow off steam and whatnot. And they can also be really creative, right? Because it falls in Leo, it makes sense. Again, we have that sun energy. So they can be really creative. And again, this is why Magha often shows in the horoscopes of actors and famous people of all kinds, especially in creative fields, right? Ashwini shows that this person, again, Ashwini is definitely that adding, it's not the only thing, but it's adding to that visionary, ambitious, almost pioneering spirit. So Ashwinis are pretty much the types that can block the world, you know, like can shut down the entire world and just doggedly pursue their own vision and their own ambition, irrespective of what anyone else tells them. Famous Ashwini is Nikola Tesla, moon in Ashwini. Obviously, it doesn't mean that everyone who has this nakshatra is going to become Nikola Tesla, but it does show up prominently in the horoscopes of people who are pioneers in some way, right? And also people who become very well known and respected for being true to their visions and bringing something original to the world. And physically, they will tend to have kind of an elongated face with prominent cheekbones, like a pretty strong bone structure, especially if this is a man. So you will tend to see, for instance, a strong jawline with them, and a prominent nose, most likely. So just to give you some examples, let me think of famous Ashwinis. Even Marilyn Monroe had, if I'm not mistaken, Venus in Ashwini. So just to give you an example of like someone who is like a pioneer and in a way and sticks true to her vision, right? So they tend to be very creative because they tend to be very unique, I mean, and recognizable simply because they pursue their very original path in life without following outside interference, right? Also, Daniel Day-Lewis is a moon in Ashwini, and I think physically he very much looks like an Ashwini. Like, you see that a lot with men, especially, and with Ashwini placements, they have, like I said, these pretty typically masculine features. They tend to have pretty, like, rugged features, prominent noses, prominent jawlines, tend to have nice smiles as well. Another famous person who has Ashwini placements is James Marsters, the actor who played Spike on the Buffy series. And the reason I mention him is because he also, in some ways, actually vaguely kind of reminded me of Daniel Day-Lewis, because he has similar facial features in a way. Similar, not exactly the same, but the same kind of, like, prominent cheekbones and this, like, really prominent bone structure and all that stuff. And even Nikola Tesla, if you look at pictures of him, he had these very sharp features, like a very well defined jawline, for instance. And even with women, with Ashwini placements, you see this very kind of well defined bone structure, especially their faces, and they tend to have this elongated face shape, but at the same time have a bit of a squarish jawline as well. And they tend to have nice teeth and nice smiles, generally, both men and women. This is about physicality, of course. Also, one thing you will notice potentially with Ashwini, and especially with Mrigashira showing up as well, Mrigashira can actually show a love of animals in general, but Ashwini particularly has to deal with horses, because it actually corresponds to the male horse as a yoni thing. It's a thing in Vedic astrology where there's an animal associated to each nakshatra. So you actually see a lot of Ashwinis who like horses and, like, maybe even like horseback riding and all that stuff. Maybe they like images with horses. That's another thing. Sorry, I just got lost in thought. It happens. Swati Nakshatra, again, would add to potentially this person being famous. So, because Swati, it tends to show very prominently, especially nowadays, in this very Rahu dominant Aquarius, age of Aquarius world that we live in. The Rahu dominant nakshatras and Aquarians in general tend to get a lot of attention. They tend to become famous very easily. And Swati is one of those nakshatras that shows up again pretty prominently in the horoscopes of people who become very popular. And it tends to show a person who is very, again, on the one hand, very determined, right? So there's a lot of stubbornness, determination. They can set a goal and stick to it until it is completed. And it also shows social graces. People tend to see them positively, right? They tend to see them as charismatic, and they can be very, they can be very good at dealing with people. And we have, like, this double focus on Libra already, right? Is there any more Libra? Let me see. Yeah, there's even here with Vishaka, we have a third mention of Libra. So it is quite possible. And then we also have Venus, of course. And it is quite possible that this person actually has Libra placements. With Swati, they can be very focused on relationships as well. Like, they will need relationships as well, as in romantic relationships especially. With Mrigashira, there's also a tendency to be very sharp, which is not surprising. It already showed up in the rest of the horoscope. Sorry, not horoscope, the rest of the tarot reading, that this person is probably very sharp, very, what's the word? Intuitive, but intuitive in a way that is more pragmatic. So not intuitive in the sense that they, are attentive to every subtle thing in their environment and they can read people almost psychically or something like that. With Mrigashira, it's more of an instinctive thing. It's like they can be very, very sharp and perceptive when it comes to reading their environment from a logical point of view. So they can be very good at, you know, getting to the bottom of things. They can have like a natural investigative ability. That you might see that they like murder mysteries and, you know, detective stories and stuff like that. Anything that has to deal with like searching and hunting something, you know, like hunting a perpetrator and stuff like that, that would really be something that catches their attention. They will also most likely like forests. Maybe there's even some kind of a connection, a personal connection between them and forests. Like maybe you'll find out that they grew next to a forest. They'll say, I used to spend time in the forest when I was a kid or something. Yeah, so they tend to be drawn. They tend to like forests. Forest tends to be good for them as well, like mentally and emotionally, for them to spend time in forests. And also, like I said, they could have a love of nature and of animals, and even animals might be drawn to them. You will notice that. And Satabishak, again, is a confirmation, very strong confirmation of what I said before. Also, what I want to mention extra is that Satabishak, aside from the fact that it makes this kind of a wounded healer archetype, it also creates people that really, again, appeal to the masses, because this one is ruled by Rahu as well. So we have that double Rahu energy already. We have Swati and Satabishak. The only one that is missing is Ardra, and we would have had all three Rahu ruled nakshatras. But Satabishak, right, is this nakshatra that can become, again, very popular. It's not exactly connected to fame per se as much as Magha or Dhanishta, but similarly to Swati, because it's ruled by Rahu and we live in the age of Aquarius, a lot of these people who have these placements in Rahu dominated nakshatras just naturally become popular, right? If they appear, let's say, online or something like that, because a lot of people naturally just see them as being in line with the trends, right? Or like being the kind of energies that are promoted subtly or not so subtly in society, right? So they do have the capacity, however, they have a natural talent, irrespective of how people perceive them, for feeling the pulse of an audience, for instance, you know, for feeling social trends or feeling what people need as a community or as large groups of people, right? Large crowds. Satabishak is also sometimes called as 1,000 physicians to the gods or something like that. It's what's associated with it in Vedic astrology. So it's very much connected to the medical field in particular. And you see a lot of people with Satabishak, even if they're not doctors, they might be very good at certain learning medical stuff, you know. Maybe they don't know everything, but they can be very good at understanding. If they have an ailment, they will know everything about that ailment. They'll know alternative treatments, they'll know medication, they'll know everything, right? So they tend to be the kinds of people who learn through their own suffering, and they get very good at understanding certain ailments, right? Whether it's ailments of the mind or the body. So in addition to that, they could be good at creating art that is, again, appealing to the masses, you know, art or whatever it is they have to create, right? They could just become very popular. I think I mentioned this in one of the other groups. I don't remember which pile also had Satabishak. So if you feel drawn to any of the other piles, go ahead and check them out, but only if you feel drawn to them. And I did mention this, that there's this guy called Dr. Amen. I don't know what his last name is. And he had an interview with Jay Shetty at some point. That's how a podcast. I mean, that's how it was not the first time I saw him. I had seen him in a lot of videos, but I don't actually watch Jay Shetty much. I just watched this one episode because he was on and he talked about ADHD. So he is a psychotherapist. I'm pretty sure he's a published author as well. And you know, he's quite popular, right? Quite famous to some extent, and you know, gives advice on ADHD treatments, medication, and all that stuff. So this is one example. A lot of famous artists have Satabishak Nakshatra. Robin Williams had Satabishak Nakshatra prominently placed, for instance, in his horoscope. I think he had moon there. Kurt Cobain had moon in Satabishak. I realize that you might be seeing that there's a trend here with self-harm. And unfortunately, I think there might be some connection to this nakshatra, but I'm not gonna get into that right now. Maybe at some point I will make a video on my astrology channel. However, I have talked about Satabishak. I have a video particularly about Satabishak. So if you go to my astrology channel and look for Satabishak there, you will come across this video. My astrology channel, which is called Astro Martine, and I will be linking in the video description in case you're curious. Jyeshta, this is a very strong confirmation of what I said about this person being self-made. And it's a nakshatra that basically shows a person will make it through their own efforts. And with this person, like I said, in particular, so Jyeshta is said to make a person increase the family wealth, like to exceed the family background in many ways. So even if they're born wealthy, they make them family even more wealthy, or they create even more wealth, right? But what I see in this person's case is that for most of them, I don't see them being born into privilege, actually. I see this person like hustling and struggling and all that. So I really see this person as the epitome of self-made. Just to give an example, Donald Trump has Jyeshta placements. They tend to be, right, just to give an example of someone who was born wealthy and created even more wealth. I think he created, I don't know, as far as I remember, back when he had that show, what the heck was it called? The Apprentice. Yeah, whatever. He had a lot of activities over the course of his life, so I'm pretty sure that he created more wealth than he inherited initially. Aside from that, I mean, Jyeshta makes for a person who's extremely ambitious. They tend to be relentless in pursuing their goals. It's actually a confirmation of what I said with that Six of Wands card as well here, that they never rest on their laurels. So they always want the next thing, you know, they always want something more, something bigger. And it's not like they're greedy necessarily. They just can never really get complacent, you know. It's like they always like, as soon as they achieve something, they will set up the next goal. So on the one hand, it could make them, you know, too stressed out. And actually, Jyeshta, speaking of stressed out, has a tendency to develop sleep problems. Insomnia is very common. Either you see actual insomnia, or you see people who just don't need a lot of sleep with this nakshatra. They will sleep like 4 hours and they're good. A lot of famous people, again, who were self-made, who became very famous through their own efforts and their own work, have prominent Jyeshta. One of the most famous people in history with Jyeshta moon was Mozart. Some other examples I can think about, Emma Watson has moon in Jyeshta, and again, she was completely self-made. I mean, I don't know if she came from wealth. I don't think she came from wealth. I don't know 100%, but she definitely became famous through her own efforts. I mean, you could argue that there was some luck involved, but let's be honest, you know, she was already determined as a child to become an actor, so that's really impressive. Also, Rosalia, the Spanish singer, who also became very famous and won Grammys and whatnot entirely through her own efforts, has ascendant in Jyeshta. Catherine Zeta-Jones, another example I can think about, also has ascendant in Jyeshta, again, very much self-made. Yeah, I cannot think of any more examples off the top of my head, but I know a lot of people in real life who have Jyeshta placements, and they have made it big entirely through their own relentless efforts. So I see this person having the same kind of energy, you know, constantly working, constantly at it. Another thing with Jyeshta is, aside from the fact that they can be really intense, they can also be very superstitious. So you might see that this person carries an amulet or some kind of object that has a spiritual meaning for protection or something. I know it sounds kind of woo-woo, but again, I've seen it happen. Of course, you have to be subtle with these things, because most people will not confess that they carry anything like that, or that they are superstitious. I have seen Jyeshta also show some interest in the occult sometimes, but I would say that It depends on the rest of the horoscope. So in this person's case, actually, I don't really see that much at all. I don't see this person being into the occult or spirituality much at all, to be honest. Even though they will have some kind of, they might have like a natural tendency to be intuitive and to have insights into, reading things. I don't see them focused on spirituality, honestly. And with Vishaka, again, Jyeshta and Vishaka both together, I mean, both of them also falling in Scorpio, they can be extremely competitive. So Vishaka is probably, if I had to make a list of the top most ambitious nakshatras, I would probably put Vishaka at the top, right? Well, actually, it's hard to choose between Vishaka and Jyeshta. I would say both of them actually are at the top. Interestingly, both of them are also in Scorpio. Vishaka partly is in Libra. Actually, most of the nakshatra is in Libra. So it starts in 20 degrees Sidereal Libra and ends in 3 degrees 20 minutes Scorpio. But the segment of Scorpio in Vishaka, you will see these are the most ruthlessly ambitious people. Not just ambitious, they're extremely competitive. They are very envious. They will not admit to it, but they're extremely envious and they want to get rid of competition. Sometimes even resorting to unfair means. I mean, one example is Beyonce, actually, who has Moon in Vishaka. And I do remember seeing some story about her that, not just stories, like I remember, for instance, when Rihanna, because I know that Rihanna was discovered by Jay-Z, wasn't she? I remember there were all these like things in like magazines at the time and whatnot that spoke of how jealous Beyonce was. And now, of course, you could say a lot of that was fabricated, but I don't think it was totally fabricated. Like I think she was very threatened by the fact that Rihanna was, going to become successful, because up until that point, she was like, the hottest thing in music. So I think she felt threatened. Another example is Jennifer Lopez, who has Vishaka Moon, and I'm pretty sure she has Vishaka Moon. I did check her horoscope. I don't remember if it was Vishaka or Anuradha, actually. So maybe it was Anuradha. But I do remember something about Vishaka connected to Jennifer Lopez, so I'm pretty sure that it was actually Vishaka, actually. I'm going to check again. But it would make sense again with her because she's very ambitious. Like she does not want to retire, obviously, and keeps wanting more and more and more, right? Some other famous examples would be Jason Momoa, who has Vishaka, Moon in Vishaka. Let me think, who else? Oh, Mark Zuckerberg has Moon in Vishaka, just to give an example of ambition. So, and also again, some shady stuff. If you remember The Social Network, that movie, which of course he tried to crap on and to say that it was fiction, basically it depicted him as having stolen an idea and not giving credit for it, and then building Facebook based on that idea and not giving the guys any money for it, or like not any. Basically, he agreed to a deal that he didn't really follow through on. So anyway, of course he denied everything, but who knows? I mean, I would not be surprised, because again, that Vishaka placement, because it's extremely competitive, right? So like I said, they will not be averse to just taking out competition through unfair means, if it means that they get to keep their position and their, what's the word? Their monopoly, right, of any particular field or market. Yeah, physically with Vishaka, again, of course, you do have to look at a horoscope to see this, but generally Vishaka, because it is associated to the tiger yoni, tends to create a strong build in both men and women. You tend to see that they have strong physical bodies, right? So they will probably not be dainty, exactly. And they also tend to like to stay physically active as well. Punarvasu makes a person very philosophically inclined. They could also be religiously inclined. They also, this is interesting because Punarvasu has this connection to the idea of succeeding on the second try. So there might be something in this person's life where you see that they have succeeded on the second try. Like maybe they wanted to get into university and they failed the first time and then got in the second time. Another exact, like I was talking about Donald Trump earlier, so he also has a prominent Punarvasu placement, and he succeeded at becoming, was it the second try? I don't remember. When did he become a president? When did he become a president? I don't remember. Wasn't it the second? I think it was the second try, wasn't it? Or was it the first time? I don't remember. I know that he ran before and didn't turn, but I think it was the first time, wasn't it? I don't remember, whatever. Like, but the bottom line is, Punarvasu in general, and I have seen this happen. I don't know about Donald Trump so much because I don't remember exactly when but again, maybe he succeeded the second try at other things. I don't know, but Punarvasu, I've seen it a lot with people who actually go through things like this, you know, like for instance, another thing could be like they get married. Hopefully this won't be the case, but it could be like the second marriage is going to be better than the first one or something like that. I was just thinking, oh, Teal Swan has, I think, ascendant in Punarvasu. So they tend to be very ambitious as well, of course. Like all Jupiter ruled nakshatras, they tend to be very focused on growing, on expansion. And they tend to keep learning. Like this person is probably, even if they don't have much of a formal education, there's someone who keeps educating themselves. Like they keep reading, they keep learning, you know. I see a person who wants to keep learning, wants to keep growing. And as I said, there could also be a connection to religion. Like they could like organized religion. Again, I don't see this very strongly here because, like I said, this person seems like pretty pragmatic, you know. I don't see this person being super romantic or something, like not romantic, well, not even romantic, to be honest. I don't see a lot of romance. There might be some in private once you have, you know, gotten really close and you have won their trust, yes. But overall, I don't see this person like wasting too much time on faith and stuff. I see them as very hands-on, you know, like taking charge, taking control of their destiny and all that. Also Ashlesha. So I have to say, with the Vishaka, Satabishak, Swati, even Ashwini Magha, you know, Jyeshta Ashlesha, I would say this person is definitely at least average to above average good looking. So definitely is going to have something attractive about them. Ashlesha also has a tendency to be seductive. Again, this one also came through in one of the other readings, but I don't remember which one. Again, I keep mentioning, if you feel drawn to more than one, you can watch several. But if not, don't worry about it. You're just going to get all the messages you need through this reading. So with Ashlesha, it really makes people seductive. So this is the kind of nakshatra that even if they're not conventionally attractive, they have that something that makes people attracted to them. They could have a very hypnotic gaze, for instance. They could have this very hypnotic way of behaving, right? Their energy can be very graceful, very attractive. So a lot of sex symbols have had prominent Ashlesha placements. Like Megan Fox has moon in Ashlesha in the Navamsha. Lana Del Rey has a moon in Ashlesha. With respect to men, I can tell you that Machine Gun Kelly has moon in Ashlesha in Navamsha as well, because I remember I looked at their compatibility, Megan Fox and MGK. Both of them have moon in Ashlesha in the Navamsha. And another person that because I remember I saw his horoscope, James Marsters also has, I think it was in the Navamsha, moon in Ashlesha. Marilyn Monroe also had ascendant in Ashlesha. Let me think. Do I know of anyone else? I'm pretty sure that, well, pretty sure, but not 100%. Actually, no, I'm not. I was going to say Kylie Minogue, but I don't remember if she actually has Ashleisha placements. I have met people in real life with Ashleisha placements, and let me tell you, they tend to be the types that attract attention from the opposite sex. Again, even if they're not particularly attractive in the most conventional sense of the word, they tend to have that something, that really draws people in, and they might like reptiles. You might see that they might like snakes, especially, or snake aesthetics, right? Like maybe a woman will wear earrings in the shape of a snake or something. If they're a man, maybe they have a tattoo in the shape of a snake, or they wear t-shirts with snakes, or maybe they have a pet snake. I don't know. So they could be, there is a potential connection, because Ashleisha is connected to these deities in Vedic astrology called the Naghas, which are like marine snakes deities, snake-like deities. So another thing with Ashleisha, it's interesting because both Ashleisha and Satabhishak are connected to the medical field. So this person could actually be in something healthcare related. Because, yeah, Ashleisha is connected to pharmaceuticals, also hypnosis. I think I mentioned this in another video. My one serious psychotherapist that I went to see, who was a hypnotherapist, is a hypnotherapist because she is still working, is Sun in Ashleisha. And she also fits the description of a woman who's very seductive. And I say that as a straight woman, like anyone who would have seen her would have said, this is the type of woman that is very seductive. And also paid a lot of attention to her appearance and all that. Yeah, so aside from them being attractive and into chemistry and medical science, and also especially hypnotherapy is actually a thing. They can be very hypnotic as people, like especially their eyes. They can have this very intense stare where they can get into, like, they can not literally hypnotize, like, unless they are professionals maybe, but like they have that like intensity and attraction sort of thing. However, with Ashleisha, they can also intentionally or unintentionally use their powers of seduction to get what they want, right? So they tend to really know how to play it up in order to get what they want. And they can also be good at dancing with Ashleisha. They can have a really graceful movement and a graceful body. Okay, this is pretty much what I can see. I hope this is gonna paint a really good picture for you. Like I said, bear in mind that it's probably not gonna be everything for everyone, so it's gonna be a combination of different factors. And now I'm gonna move on to the physical characteristics of this person. All right, I just want to mention that, bear in mind, I'm going to be taking physical characteristics for a lot of people. This is a collective reading, right? So obviously, you're not all going to marry the same person who looks the exact same way, but I think these are some fun notes to look at so you can get a general vibe. Maybe there might be some characteristics that remind you of a person you have on your mind, so that would definitely be a kind of confirmation that it could be the person on your mind. So yeah, take them with a grain of salt, but I think they're fun to take into account. Spirit, tell me about pile number 4. Who is this person that they're going to marry? Who is their future spouse, Spirit? Spirit, who is pile number 4's future spouse? All right. We have medium tan skin. We have medium build. We have beautiful hands. Straight hair. Strong nose. Makes sense with all the Scorpio. Full lips. Strong build, muscular. Deep voice. Nose bump. That's often common with Scorpios, I've seen. Slim build. So for some of you, this is a slim person, slim build twice. Athletic body, all right. Dark brown or black hair. Blue or gray eyes. Mischievous smile. Hooded eyes, that's also very Scorpio. Introverted. Active. Thin lips. Glasses, so they could wear glasses. Younger, youthful, so they could be youthful in energy, or for some of you they could be younger. Aquiline nose, that's also typical for Scorpio, so you know, they probably have a prominent nose for many of you. Green eyes. Beautiful hands, this is coming through twice. Classic or elegant style. Very tall. Older, more mature. All right, so for some of you they're older, for others they're younger. Green eyes came out twice. Rounded face. Fair skin. Strong jaw. Younger, more youthful. Wow, came out twice. So for many of you, they could actually be younger. Broad shoulders. Athletic body came out twice. And short nose to mouth distance, which tends to be a characteristic of youthfulness, actually. So yeah, youthful came out twice here, but also there is one that said older, more mature. So it could be a combination of things. They could actually be maybe younger than you, but they're mature. They could be older than you, but they could be very youthful in energy. All right, this is pretty much what I could say for you, pile number 4. I hope you have enjoyed this reading. I definitely have. Again, very strong messages and confirmations, repeated themes. So I definitely think that there were strong messages that Spirit wanted you to hear. And as usual, of course, if you have liked the reading, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to my channel. It's the easiest way to support me, and it is free. Also, of course, don't forget to share your feedback in the comment section. Anything you want to share, as long as you keep it respectful. And of course, feel free to come back at any point in the future where maybe you have met this person. Yeah, feel free to keep me updated on how it goes. I'm really curious. Also, if you are interested in a private tarot reading from me, check out the video description. I will leave my email address there so you can email me for a pricing list, reading options, and any other details you are interested in. I will mention this because I've had a few people ask me if I would make a public video about the services that I offer and all the details and the prices and all that. And I really don't feel comfortable doing that right now. Maybe at some point in the future, I will have my own website and I will make it public, but for now this is how I offer information about it. What I can promise you is that I don't spam anyone, so you can send me an email and I will just send the information you are asking about. Aside from that, I also have a link in the video description to reviews. I have gotten 4 private readings before, so you can go ahead and check them out. Might help you decide if you want to get a reading from me. Aside from that, of course, I would appreciate it greatly if you could share this video with as many people as you know that might be interested in tarot. That would be a great way to help my channel grow. And aside from that, of course, if you would be willing to leave a tip, I would greatly appreciate it through the $ under any of my videos. And I will also be starting a membership section. Hopefully it will update on my channel within the next few days. So I'm gonna start to record videos shortly for the membership section. You will find the details when you click on the join button for the membership tiers and what they offer. Basically, it's gonna be like some members only readings basically per month. There will be 4 membership tiers. The first one will have a wellness-oriented, health or wellness-oriented reading per month. Usually it will be something like predictions for the next month with respect to health or wellness, or well, actually I'm going to have members only polls to decide exactly what the question what the question should be, right? But mostly I am thinking of doing something like predictions for the following month. So what advice can Spirit give you for wellness for the next 30 days, for example, something like that. So the second tier will have 2 videos per month, the same video as tier 1, and then in addition to that, a relationship-oriented video, something again like, you know, predictions for the next month with respect to relationships. The third tier, in addition to the second tier, will also have a video on career readings, again, most likely for the next 30 days, but again, I will have members only polls where people can vote or suggest topics that they want to see. And the fourth tier will have 5 extra videos per month. So in addition to the third tier, there will also be a yes or no question, right? So I'm just going to do a yes or no reading for any question on your mind. And aside from that, there will also be like 1 surprise reading per month, which again will be decided based on members only polls. But I will be posting more details about that as I go along, right? So just, you know, if you're interested, just check my channel to see when the memberships become active. Aside from that, last but not least, I have an astrology channel, as I have mentioned. It's called Astro Martine, however you want to pronounce it. And I will be linking a link to it in the video description. I focus mainly on Vedic astrology, but also with some tropical insights. I have more than 10 years right now of reading Vedic astrology horoscopes, more than 20 in tropical astrology, more than 20 in astrology in general, because before Vedic I was actually heavily into tropical, so I know both systems very well. But I stick to Vedic and the sidereal zodiac coupled with the whole sign house system like traditional Vedic astrologers do, because I have found this system to be the most accurate, basically. I also use my insights, however, from not just tropical, but multiple other astrological systems like Batsa, Ziwei Doshu, which are Chinese astrology systems, or the Mayan zodiac, or numerology, and a bunch of other metaphysical systems. So if you're curious about astrology at all, go ahead and check it out in the video description. Maybe subscribe to my astrology channel. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope to see you at my next tarot reading. Bye!